Alright, good morning, chat. We are once again sitting here with this MicroVAX, and I'm still... let's just say that this week has been strange. For those who saw it, I did a Flash live stream where I did a bunch of script writing. Between streams, that's to say yesterday, I got it up to 1.7k words. I got a bunch of replies back on the PortVax mailing list. For those who are new to the saga, I actually have this running distributed.net of all things because somehow this client exists. Wow, words hard, yes. And can I just get an audio check from the chat? Before I start going on, let me make sure the stream is actually... Please tell me I haven't been muted. No, well, the little bar go up and down, so I'm assuming I'm not muted. Okay, alright, so... Currently, if we build it with the LXC driver, we have a patch that allows it to connect. For some reason, I can't see... My analytics are completely broken tonight. Yeah, I can't see anything on my analytics. I guess I'm just not going to worry about it. Like, Streamlabs says I have 13 in chat. Reloading my panel. I just get dash. It's not even showing me. Hold on. I want to make sure the stream is actually working before I start doing anything. Alright, YouTube says I 17 watching. Alright. Hopefully more will come as time goes on. So, I'm going to do OpenBSD a little bit later into the stream just to see if more people come up. If not, then we will basically take it from there. My one concern was that people were getting kind of burned out on this. I don't think I've ever done more than 3 streams of a single project. So, oh, I actually have to be on this box because that's where I have the NetBSD. Stuff to make NetBSD go. Okay. I don't think I was building here. I think I was building on home. So yeah, hold on. Detach. I didn't set up this session the way I want to do it. Hold on. If I do B2, that switches the window. I'm trying to remember how you switch the pane. I guess I could technically just do it all on screen. Like, this was my problem with using tiling window managers, is it would be great after the first 45 minutes of remembering how to use it. Like, because I did use tiling managers for a while. But we currently have the following... we currently have this patch, which at least allows the LCG driver to load and not crash. Which, I don't know if this is the minimum patch. I would like to know what exactly is going kaput here. Like... This is the fact that, like, I want to know what this CN function is, because I suspect if this is ever going to get fixed, it's only going to get fixed if I write the patch for it. So, hold on, I gotta move the microphone. I need to be able to see the screen unobstructed. I trust me, I understand with it. I've been dealing with my own lifelong garbage in that regard. I've been slowly writing about that on Patreon about I don't want to say, you know, surviving trauma, which is a lot of where I'm going with this. As well, I should say a lot of where my life has been going. Let me get into this file and start looking at it. So, like, the fact that the IO control goes boom suggests that this code is getting run when it should not be run. Like, there's multiple problems wrong with this driver, but I don't know enough about the code to actually fix that. All right, so, I think the easiest thing to do is if I run screen here, because then I can just run Vim and move around, because using everything on the console is a lot easier, because then I don't have to deal with scenes and anything, and I don't think most people are looking all that closely at what I'm actually typing. And I think it's readable enough. Like, I'm going more for ambience than anything else. So, LCG CN int. So, there's the very early probe thing here, but just having the probe go off is still causing other things to get poked. Like, what is the equivalent of this function? Why does it not? Oh, it's gonna always put me in the folder that sysarch. Yeah, so like here's so CN I think is console int. Like this code looks one-to-one same between these two files. Actually, this almost looks like a copy. No, it looks similar, but it's not the same. Because it calls this WSCN attach. So what is it doing? So the thought that we had come to, and what NetBSD uses to determine if it's a MicroVAX versus a versus not, is of certain config checks here. It checks what's known as the SIE register. The code in OpenBSD is apparently different. It may be a later revision of what's actually here. I don't actually have that code in front of me. I should actually pull it up. Hold on. I really hope someone's put OpenBSD on GitHub. I really hope someone has done it. Okay, yes, there is. It looks like there's actually an official repo for it. So if I go to sys, I'm not sure how I'm going to show this on stream, but give me a moment, because I have to fish this out of the. This is old. This is very old code. Oh, you're kidding me. It's not tagged. Okay, hold on. Hold on. That is not going to be a problem. I need to clean up this folder, but up on Skywalker, I actually downloaded all the OpenBSD 4.3 stuff for the stream. And I believe I did grab... Please tell me I grabbed the source code. I did not. But you know what? The source code will be on there. Because they do dedicated source code releases. So I just need to get the 5.8 one, which I... It's strangely enough, it's not on the main FTP. I found it on the Euro one. But I guess... There's multiple layers of ports. Like, let's see here. Here we go. Source.tar. Okay. If we're going to just download this, we'll just download this locally. I really should just install wget. Alright, how are we doing on the stream? Hey, we're up to 35 viewers. That's not bad. I really was worried that I was burning out people. Wow, that is... Chat, that's good. That's my home internet. That's not the VAX that we're downloading to. 6 minutes? Okay. Look, a lot of my streams have just been looking at progress bars. Yeah, I could adjust the colors, like, let me see if I can get a bit of a higher contrast. It doesn't bother me. Terminal. Yeah, I can reduce the saturation a little bit. The problem is that I haven't figured quite out. Oh, I think I broke something. Like, I'm sort of at the point of I want to maintain my own fork of retro cool term because I like it, but it has certain annoyances. And honestly, I feel like people like this visualization. I mean... Oh, stuff done and stuff done. Apparently I'm duplicating myself. Thank you, stuff done. Okay, there we go. Let's just drink some tea. It's been... like, it's not normal for me to stream this much, but I think it's going to start being a regular feature. I was actually trying to figure out how I could run DaVinci Resolve on the streaming account. I don't like streaming on my main user account just because, you know, the possibility of accidentally leaking a document. Because a lot of my life is on my laptop. So I have a dedicated streaming account that I use, and I have one on the desktop as well. I have to figure out what it would take to actually run Resolve in this account. I would also have to figure out how to get the media pool over. Although that one I have an idea. That one I could actually, I could do something really disgusting with NFS, but that would work. Okay, cool. That's downloaded. This probably, you know what? If I know I'm in the wrong terminal. Let me just check, because I have that feeling this is... Yeah, no. I knew it was going to do that. Actually, let's be a little bit more descriptive, because at this point, the command line has chosen me. Like, you don't appreciate how important good file names are when you are literally down in command line life. No, just black tea. Yeah. Well, the VOD will be up. If I basically put a thumbnail on it, it means I'm going to keep the VOD up. If I don't put the thumbnail up, it's I'm going to have to put the VOD up. Blech. Wow, brain words hard. Okay, so this is the NetBSD source code. So what we're looking for is their copy of LC. Of course, it's not there. Why would it be there? Of course, it... Did I grab the wrong file? There's a sys.tar. Oh, did they? Oh, they probably did that. They probably have the kernel source separate. Because sometimes you would want... Yeah, okay. This is probably the kernel source code. It's about the right size of what I would expect. But we'll see. Okay. Yeah, that looks like it. OpenBSD 5.8 sys. Hey, there we go. So this is the OpenBSD version of this driver. Let's just look at the copyright messages. Like, was this a drive? Like, was this? So, okay, so the version here is from 2004. It was written by Blaz and Tonic in 2004. I know from looking at the commit history in NetBSD that this driver was basically imported wholesale. It's only been touched a handful of times in its history. So I know code goes between the BSDs pretty freely. Like, by and large, if it works with one, it's not hard to make it work with the others. So let's see what this does differently, because obviously there are differences. OpenBSD forked off. It was 0.9 or 1.0. So OpenBSD forked off from OpenBSD, but I can't imagine that the workstation console stuff has changed much. Yeah, hold on. This is actually, look right here. KA48 can't boot without the frame buffer board. We are a KA48. So this checks byte 40 of the config. So here in NetBSD land, we only check the board type. Here it's, if CPU type is S-type 48, return 0, break. So if we break here, we break out of this. Check configuration register, the frame buffer might not be an LCG board. Which is not used here at all. And looking at what other NetBSD drivers do. So here it just does a board configuration check, but you know, it really does look like someone imported like these frame buffer drivers from OpenBSD and has not looked at them recently. There's supposedly a physical dip switch that deals with how the console is used, but there's no frame buffer on this machine. Most VAX did not have frame buffers. So it basically maps physical memory here. It probes the screen. Do we have this function in our version? No, we don't. This is quite a bit different, this code. Problem is, I don't have the hardware. I have no idea. Like, if I had the hardware, I could merge the newer version of the driver. I don't. I have the right machine type, but I have no frame buffer. And I can't add a frame buffer to this machine. Let's see here. I did get NetBSD running. I know what the problem is. I'm looking the response from port VAX was, let me put it like this. If this gets fixed, it's because I wrote the patch for it. But they did point out that the driver in OpenBSD, which I honestly, it didn't even occur to me to check, was more, I guess, complete, question mark? Like, do we have, like, these functions? Yes, we do. We have these probe functions and not. Like, it's looking for, is CPU type, like, do we have this, we have this very similar board VAX type, but, like, this code is definitely changed. Do we have a CPU type? Like, what is the difference here? Okay, we apparently do have a VAX CPU type. Something called VAX Gen Con sounds like something I should actually look at. I assume this is what generates the console. So this generates a uncertain CPU board types. This looks like, okay, you know, this probably is talking to firmware. Actually, yeah, no, this does look like this is talking to firmware. So I'm talking to firmware or whatever the diagnostic port is on the VAX. Alright, so definitely are differences. So it looks at the CPU type, it looks at the config type. We need to know if this works. Like, if OpenBSD works, then this code is correct. If OpenB doesn't work, then this code is wrong. So the easiest way to do that is I'm going to just put OpenBSD on the VAX. I mean, it is... how do I want to do that? Alright, so let's connect. Alright. We're going to have to do a few terminal sessions here. Actually, you know what? Let me just make a new one. Alright. Okay, so we have... So, in theory, it is possible to mop boot this thing. So, let's get the bootloader onto the Ultrix server, because we're going to have to copy it into place. Well, that didn't work. Connection refused. Was it not 6? Was it 8? Not 8, 5... The thing is, I don't know where I left the VM for that. Let's see if I can find it. Maybe it's under 5888. Right. So it says not to close this is the load-bearing SSH session. But it doesn't look like it's still running SSH. Can I exit this? Okay. Sorry, we're literally going through the remains of the last few streams. What are we doing over here? Hold on, I have to hit Control A. There it is, finally. Is it QE0? Yeah, okay, so it's on 7. Alright, let me detach because we are in... Nope, that was not the screen I wanted to detach from. This is the problem with screen, is that they get recursively complex with screen. Alright, that is not what we're looking for. OpenBSD VAX. Oh, no, it's not going to work from that machine. Shoot, that's a problem. It's a side effect of the way the networking works that this host machine cannot talk to the VAX. Oh, that's a problem. How am I going to get the files over? I can copy him from the VAX. I can literally just FTP it from the VAX. This is not the easiest way, but you know what? It's funny. Yeah, that's fine. All right, so now let's just get on the machine. Okay, apparently that just crashed. That's fine. Alright, so where do we want to mount this? Do we have /mount? Yes, we do. Alright. This is going to be a little bit slow. And by little, I mean a lot. These systems are remote from me right now. Sorry, I haven't been paying attention to chat. Okay, here we go. We have gone here. And I'm... What is the IP address of this machine? Not this one. I gotta figure out, like, there's gotta be a better way. Okay, it's 5. So mount 10.10.105 home user OpenBSD VAX mount. Look, the VAX is being useful. All right, so now we can upload it to the Ultrix server. This feels like an... Cool. It's... Alright, so let's just upload boot.mop, because it's going to try and get BSD off the... The documentation suggests that this will use NFS to download the kernel. I'm not certain if that's the case. But I guess we're going to find out. Okay, so now that we have that here, you know what, I'm just going to be really lazy about this, and I'm just going to telnet from this box. Because otherwise I actually have to get on the VM, and I probably will have to do that at some point, but I don't want to have to do it right now. Yeah, it's like... Jersey has been a time. It's been both very good and very bad, and it's like... Okay, so now we're logged in. I believe that's our mop boot that I just put in the home folder. I might have overran a previous mop boot. Yeah, no, May 5th, that's correct. How long has this been up? This has been up for 5 days. Well, that's nice to know. Alright, so I need to be root. So Ultrix was Dex version of Unix. This is a SimH instance that I'm just using to make my life a little bit less miserable. Where was your bootloader? Well, chat, that should hypothetically be all we need to do. Flip the switch. Let's see if it actually does anything. Like, let's see if we end up... It won't boot, although actually it might actually boot back into NetBSD. But I should have actually halted the system, but whatever. I will get the VM... I'll get VMware out while this goes. I am actually going to do a full install if we can boot it up, because as we saw with NetBSD, the generic kernel just doesn't. No, don't install updates now. Okay. Hey, look, OpenBSD VAX boot. I'm curious, can this actually start the NetBSD kernel? Like, do I actually have to switch these back and forth? Oh, it's trying something. I don't know where it's trying to... Oh, don't tell me it's looking for a boot parameter server. Is this actually... If it need boot params, I'm going to be irritated. I've never actually run OpenBSD diskless. You know, I wonder if I can just start it from the damn, you know, I wonder if this was entirely unnecessary. I wonder if I can just start it. Let me get on the VM because I actually have to get into the Ultrix host, and I want to see if this times out. I don't think it will. I want to see, you know, because the fault I just had is, you know what? No response for reverse ARP, must mount first. I wonder if the NetBSD... Yeah, it really does need an ARP server. The diskless document said it did, but I was kind of hoping it wouldn't. Oh, that is going to be really obnoxious to set up then. Hold on, let me... I have this horrible feeling that I'm not going to be able to start the OpenBSD kernel from the NetBSD bootloader, but I also feel like I should try this. That is actually really irritating. That means, how the hell am I going to actually get it on there? I know for a fact that Debian's reverse ARP server does not work. I could install NetBSD or OpenBSD in SimH and then use that to net install. I don't really like that plan, but it... All right, before we overcomplicate the plumbing, let's see if we can get around this problem. Let's see if we can start it from the NetBSD bootloader. I have that horrible feeling the answer is no, but it is worth trying. Oh, I can actually help the system from here. Okay. No, it just boot loops, but that's fine. You're not going to be able to see what I'm typing right now just because I am, again, the networking being the networking. Root 0.vax. All right. All right, let's see. So that I just switched the bootloader back to the NetBSD one. I need to. It won't auto start. So let me copy the OpenBSD kernel. That's BSD-RD because that's the install kernel to the VAX root. Because if this works, then at least I don't have to like do anything. All right. Will you boot BSD-RD? Well, it downloaded it. There is a decent chance this works because the port is based on... I'm putting... Yeah, I'm going to say this is 50-50 odds that this actually works. Oh, it actually worked! 2015 OpenBSD. It is booting up. And look, it actually identified the CPU correctly. Look. KA45. What is non-interactive mode? Did it just start the install? I don't know what it's doing. There's nothing on the hard drive I care about, so if it blows away the hard drive, it blows away the hard drive. Oh, it did a DHCP discover. It is actually talking to the network. It's looking for an install file. That is... I don't know if this can actually download its sets, but we could let it try. Yeah. Let me just catch up on chat. I don't have an easy way of spinning up a new VM on this network. This machine is completely remote. It's about 400 miles north of me. So, it actually did a better job of identifying the hardware than... So if we take a look at the boot messages, like this is actually interesting because this is saying it's a KA45, which is actually what this machine's firmware says it is. NetBSD says it's a KA48. I don't know which one I actually trust. Apparently, the model number of the VAX Station 4000 VLC was that. So it's there's definitely quite a bit more wrong with it on this model than not. So I guess this is going to have to be a full port. Because I guess I need to fix the identifier as well if I really want to like do this correctly. I think the next step is to install NetBSD. Because I want to run the generic kernel, and frankly, I don't want to set up the full RAM disk thing. Like, I want to just see if it will go. Alright, can I just tell it to install? Okay, can I exit? Please don't panic. Install. Okay. Namas, thank you for the $5 tip. All right. At some point, it might move to next. Hey, there we go. All right. This was the last version of OpenBSD that worked on VAX. Apparently, the VAX port in OpenBSD was better off than the. I've heard that while OpenBSD, like I've heard that it tends to have better quality ports. It's just NetBSD is more likely to actually run. But I don't know. I have very little firsthand experience of OpenBSD. I actually have more experience with NetBSD than not. All right, so I guess we're just going to have to let it sit here. Yeah, it's going to run DHCP. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's the joke. Soap maker makes soap. Yeah. Because the Ultrix server is called Bucket. And the Vax boots with a mop. So yeah, this joke kind of wrote itself. You know what? I don't think. No, it won't get an IPv6 address, but I do want to take this machine onto the internet. So like, I want to make it internet facing. So it will have one. I guess we're done configuring interfaces. I have gotten the impression, like, OpenBSD, it's like... I don't know. Like, aside from PF, I've never felt... I look at OpenBSD and I go, okay, question mark? But, you know, PF is a big deal. I'm assuming it's not going to let me just have an empty password. Okay, I guess it... Oh, no. Nah, no. I didn't think it was... Will you make me capitalize it? No, no. Do not start SSHD. No, on this on this machine, no. I'm really happy it prompts about that. That would not be good. Yeah, we'll set up a user. Oh. That question is a little bit interestingly worded. That's fine. And commander. I mean, that's basically what this is. Okay, so... Look, it's actually moving, which is... I'm actually curious if this is going to work correctly. Available disks are SD0. That's fine. That's the built-in one. That's the root disk. It probably is going to see the... it'll see the NetBSD install in there, but we'll just blow it away. I don't care that I installed this system. When I reinstall it, I want it to work officially. Or as close to officially. Disable... Space Wolf Jr., this is NetBSD... sorry, OpenBSD 5.8. This is a 10-year-old version? And maybe not that. No, but yeah, this is about 10 years old. It's about 10 years old. Yeah, I guess that layout works. FS type 4.2 BSD. If I hit edit auto layout, am I going to yeah, I'm going to regret that decision. Oh, this tool looks user-friendly. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to accept the fact that it's a 4.2 BSD file system. SCSI. Why am I back in the label editor? How do I display changes? Print. Auto label all space. Okay. Can I change the file system? Like if I edit drive parameters? Nope, that just changes... Yeah, no, that just changes the texture. I don't want to do any of that. That's for like if you have a really old MFM hard drive. Okay, hold on. Let's see here. Display free space. Set NetBSD. Oh, modify partition. That's probably what I need. Usually 4.2 or swap. Is that really all that's supported here? Does OpenBSD not have a more modern file system? see here. See, I'm sorry, I'm just catching up with chat. All right, I'm just going to go with it because at this point, I really just care to know if it actually works. Because if it works, then it means that its VAX port is in better was in better condition than the NetBSD one. At least LO control. Yep. Okay, now it's going to start running. Oh, please don't run bad blocks. Please don't run bad blocks. Please don't run bad blocks. I'm probably going to pull up the script on the other monitor, and I'm going to work on that, because this may take a very long time to install. OpenBSD I don't think is not as big as NetBSD, but just because... well, Theo's view of it is that you want a very small, tiny, secure base system. So OpenBSD removes a lot of things. Although I'm assuming it still has things like Telnet D. It's just disabled. Yeah, so it is formatting. I figured it's more modern than it sounds, but whenever I see 4.2 BSD, I just think of file corruption. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. All right. This is not a fast VAX. Yeah, well, at this point, I want to know if it boots. Because if it boots, that means OpenBSD's LXC detection code is in fact correct. And it's already showing a promising sign that the platform, the KA5 identifier is in fact correct. Because NetBSD says this is a KA48, which looks like it's correct for a VAX station 4000. It's not correct for a MicroVAX for a 3100. I mean, the code looks iffy to me, but it probably works. Like, we're gonna have to do some crawling around in the OpenBSD code, but I before we do that, I just want to know if it works. And I'm going to make some fresh tea. We're at the install sets. Sorry. Okay. I could be funny and actually let it down. You know, it actually would probably be faster to let it download from HTTP. Yeah, let's see if we can actually have it do that. We have no proxy. Okay, so it can't get it from FTP, HTTP server, FTP EU USBD.org. Yep, cool. Server directory. Oh, okay. It did not like that. Oh, do they not allow, Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to put my own server up. Alright, that's fine. We could... You know what? We could just do it over NFS. This might be hilariously slow, but... it would be 1010... Oh, is that stream delay? Let's see here. Okay, open... Chat saying no DNS. I typed a DNS server in earlier. File system. Okay, that is not how you do this. A response is required. Man, don't you love when your installers have error checking? It should kick me back out, hopefully. Use TCP transport. That's probably actually going to be faster. Yeah, that's what I thought it was going to do. I gotta wait for it to come back around so I can type the right. Okay. NFS. Yep. 10.0 to 10.105. Okay, file system to mount. Fingers crossed. Come on. Oh, there we go. Path name to sets or done. Done. It should just be there. I did not... It got farther that time. Do I have to put it in, like, in 5.8 VAX? I guess I do. It is picky. Alright, so this time I should just be able to hit enter a bunch, though. Alright. Okay. Oh, I see. Done is when you're done installing sets. Is my lack of experience with OpenBSD's installer showing? I just realized I might have to use the VOD for parts of this. I forgot to record the first boot up. You know what? That's fine. This is fine. It's... There we go. Select sets by entering name. Yeah, I'm just going to hit the record button now just so I have some footage. Because I do have a replay buffer. Alright. I think that's fine. We don't actually need X, and at this point I don't want it. So Just let it install the base sets. X might be funny, but it would be funny. But at this point, I just care about knowing, okay, I think it's installing. Okay, it is verifying SHA-256 signatures on a VAX. That's slow. Chat, this is going to take a while. Yeah, I mean, it's going. It's verifying. It hasn't actually started unpacking it. It's making sure the sets are good. I'm using an obsolete version, and it's like I have had problems in my apartment, so next time my fuse breaks, let me just get the window open and get some fresh air. I'm gonna walk around my apartment a bit just because, like I said, it's Alright, yeah, this is just going to take a while. Oh my, that is going to take quite a while. I don't have enough commentary for this. So I'm just going to let it run with the mic off, and I'm going to check in on it every now and then, because I'm going to, like... What am I actually going to do? It's like, I'm in the process of getting everything packed up and moved, and it's just... Sorry, I'm just a little bit... Yeah, I'm gonna just mute the mic. It's just gonna be music for the time being. Because it's gonna take 30 minutes. It's probably gonna take about 3 hours for this install to run. Like, just that. So, TCP, NFS. I guess, the problem is that I don't think that, I'm worried that the network stack is, TCP I would feel like would be faster. Oh, I should have selected comp. I feel like a proper shitpost here would be to compile bash, but I am now actually deciding if I want to Control-C this. I am actually, you know what? I am going to Control-C this. That's actually a really good point. Oh, you're kidding. I have to do the whole thing over again? Yeah, it's probably faster to do it this way. Alright, I got the clip I needed. Install. Alright, chat, I guess we're going to try this again. This is fine. This is all... Oh, that's a really good tip. I could delete SHA-256 and make it go faster. That would be really nice. So let's do that. We can also get rid of the manual pages. I'll install the games just because, like, if we're there, we might as well. So... Oh, I have to move the signature file as well. So, okay, I can do that. I almost feel like I should make the auto install script because I feel like it would be faster than this. I'm honestly wondering... Well, you know, if I start having to install this regularly, I probably will, in fact, do that. Because I've had this very strange idea of trying to revive the OpenBSD VAX port. Just kind of as a lull sort of thing. But the honest truth is, I really want to get back into OS development. This is the closest thing I have to real access to real hardware. And honestly, I kind of like the idea of seeing modern OpenBSD on a 25 megahertz OpenVAX. Like, let's not start OpenSSHD by default because I would like to actually set a user. Oh, right. I did that the last time as well. Okay. Yeah, I'll hit auto layout when it comes here because we just don't care. I'm not going to do OS dev from scratch. This would be, I have this, I kind of want to see if I can get BSD 4.3 in some form running. And I think the easiest way to do that is to get Mach 83 running on this system. It's surprisingly close to what was actually, like, this is essentially a 1980s VAX in a 1990 case. And there's a surprising amount of source code here. So I should be able to do something interesting. All right, let's auto layout because I don't care. Well, Ultrix should run on this machine unmodified, although I have not actually had success in that. Which is a little concerning. But in theory, it should support this processor. In practice, maybe a very different thing. I also would like to run VMS on it. I don't know when we're going to get to that or if, but I suspect this is going to be the summer of VAX, just because the fact of the matter is my systems are going to be completely in storage for the foreseeable future. I might be I might have be able to get 1 or 2 out, but as I've written on Patreon, they are basically going into storage, and I do not know when I will see them again. So at this moment, this is the only bit of real hardware that I'm going to have access to for the foreseeable future. The long-term hope is to colo as much of it as of my systems as I can, so I can basically do this remotely, so it's not tied to my physical location. I don't know what the future holds, but at this point, as I have to, my life circumstances are not going to let me run the channel the way I have been up to this point, so the channel has to change. And if people are okay with me basically just streaming text, then I am going to stream text. At least for now. More long term, I want to perhaps get deck windows going on this. It's like, how often do you actually get to play with an actual VAX and not just the emulator? I do think part of why my last few videos have not done so hot is it's been all emulator based. Yeah. So Ultrix doesn't run on the 4000 VLC. Ultrix, so VMS does, Ultrix doesn't. Okay, that would actually explain it, because this machine, I tried to run Ultrix on this machine, and it just died in Ultrix loader. I almost wonder if I could load God, chat, that's a thought. Could I run the Ultrix kernel? I actually want to try that. I wonder if I could put the Ultrix kernel and load it from the NetBSD bootloader. I'd probably have to change it a bit, but if that's where it's dying, maybe it would be possible. Maybe not. I don't know. Well, I would have to look at it a bit closer. I still would like to run VMS on this system. All right, let's install sets. All right, so we go to NFS. All right, let me make sure I am recording. You know what? I just freed up a ton of disk space. I can just leave this recording. Why am I being stingy here? Okay, that's fine. Path name to the sets. We hadn't actually even gone to installing. Come on. Turn the cranky goal. Alright, so deselect sets by appending a hyphen, so I would do comp like that. And we'll also get rid of the man pages. Like I said, we'll check out the games. Wow, that's slow. If we really want to do the compilers, I can untar them on the host system. But I don't think this will let me do that. Alright, so let's remove man. It's going to be a very lean system. The problem is if I install the man pages, it's going to generate them, or at least that's what it does on NetBSD, so that's fine. All right, done. Continue without verification, yes. Hey, there it goes. Installing BSD. There we go. That is progress. This is probably still going to take a while, but let's see how fast let's see how long it's going to take to actually install base 58. Yeah. No, that's about. I'm going to say it's going to take about an hour. I think that's realistic. It's going to take about an hour. This is old BSD though, so this is not going to be fast. All right, I'm probably just going to throw out some more trash. So I'm going to be away from keyboard for a bit, but I'll keep checking back up on it semi-regularly. All right, I'll be back in a bit. I mean, it really is just all over the place with that time. It's just, I don't know. It's like the last few weeks here have just been it's hard for me to even put into words how I've been feeling because it's just so blah. Like, it's the closing a major chapter of your life is always difficult, and this one has a lot of baggage associated to it. Also, the background music looks very soft, so like that's part of why I've been just no energy, but right now there's nothing to do but work. If I do some script writing, I'll pull it up while I'm working on this, but like I said, I'm just going to do a few things around the apartment. Okay. Actually, just catching up, chat. I would actually, like I said, I would like to see what it would take to make an OpenBSD 6, then 7, 8, yada, yada, yada. Sorry, I was just looking at chat, but... Alright, cool. Yeah, I just noticed that the background audio was busted when I was just looking at this, checking it on the stream. I just think I'm just gonna sit here. It's like, people are here to tune into the channel. They want to hear me, and I know people listen to these as podcasts. Like, I have actually thought about recording a podcast. YouTube apparently has a feature for it now. I don't listen to podcasts personally, but when I go into Studio, I have a podcast tab, and create a podcast in YouTube Studio. Links to episodes and consume multiple seasons, including the same podcast. Podcast creators are eligible for the following perks: podcast batches, search cards. I mean, yeah, I guess I could do it. Costas, currently the plan is if OpenBSD, it has the same broken driver, but it has a more up-to-date version of it, it seems. So I don't know if it's compiled on generic, but like I said, I want to make sure it installs and actually runs, because at least this tells me OpenBSD was fine, it all works, and the boot device does not matter. Like, just the points don't matter on whose line. Well, this is unscripted, though. Like, if I were to do an actual podcast, it would be basically the YouTube video without the voice. Without the video. And, I could see myself drafting 5 episodes, 20 minutes apiece, and recording them. The fact of the matter is that later this month, I do not know when, I'm going to have a multi-day drive ahead of me. The drive I took to Key West 2 weeks ago was to make sure the car was actually in the shape to make sure it didn't die on me for what I'm about to do, because I might end up recording a podcast. I might just try a very simple 5-episode podcast. Or 6. Let's call it 6. Because realistically, I am going to be sitting in my car. I'm going to have free time on my... Well, maybe not, because I'm mostly going to be driving, although this is one of the problems I've been running into is... Currently, I'm tearing down the entire apartment, and it's going into a storage unit. I've got most of the collection, most of the computers, at least the ones that work, are in storage. There's some stuff I know that is not going to leave Jersey City with me. A lot of it is going to stay in the storage until it can be rehomed. What I'm keeping is stuff that I can put in a rack and put a KVM on. More realistically, that basically means the only thing... I have a few vintage Macintoshes that I picked up with the intent, but every time I've tried to do anything with them, it has just been pain and misery. Like, I don't want to play with Macintosh on a regular basis. And when I say Macintosh, I'm talking 90s Power Mac. So it's like, I don't even want to invest to make the setup do it. So those systems are going to go find new homes. The Unix ones I'm going to keep. The next station I am actually going to get out and we're going to test. The CRT is completely shot. I am not keeping that CRT. I just don't have the room for it. So I have to pull the analog board and I have to make sure I can run that system without that CRT. Because that next station, I've had this weird, stupid idea of porting Darwin to Motorola 680XO, and having it run on a next station would be hilarious. I don't know if I'm actually going to get that far, but I at least have a defined plan for that system, which is better than a lot of them. Like the my RS6000 Model 150, the one I actually did the video on, is in the donation pile. I actually have the 140, which is a slower machine, but it will run NT. And I also have the power stack, which I can run AIX on. Technically, I can also run NT on the power stack, but I would have to reflash its firmware, and I really don't want to do that. There were a few Motorola 680XO mock ports. Next Step itself was one, and the source code to that has made it onto the internet. But I'd prefer to do this clean room. NetBSD has a Next Step port. So in theory, all I really need to care about is I would need to initialize the memory address space. I would have to do the address space. The memory management. I have to set up the mock messaging model, and then I have to call start kernel. I then need one device driver. I need the Ethernet adapter, because I could run the system off NFS. I know that people have ported Dar, and the fact of the matter is that for CC tools in macOS 10 10.4 can still be compiled for and targeting Motorola 680XO. So I even have the tool chain. I don't have to fiddle with that. It is literally an exercise in kernel programming. But I haven't done OS Dev in so long, and that is going to be a massive project. Doing work on VAX is a very good warm-up for it, because at this point I am not used to playing in that part of the tool chain. Most of my experience was either bootloader or PID1. I don't actually play all that often in kernel space. I'm obviously, I'm comfortable enough working in it and debugging in it, but actually writing new code is a little bit question mark. And I don't know XNU's internals all that well. But I know them well enough, and I did help build the Raspberry 5.6 source code release. That was Darwin 0.1, which that's the one I did with NeoZ. That was probably what I was most well known for in Vintage Tech prior to the YouTube channel. I also did some Xenix work with OS2 Museum ages ago. Yeah, no, NeoZ actually, NeoZ and I did the Darwin rebuild together. I'm credited on that page. So my first thought of if I'm actually going to do actual OS dev on this, my stupid idea is, could I actually run Mach 86? Because Mach 86 ran on VAX. And it supported remote file system root. It didn't support NFS. It's a little too old for that, but it did support the AT&T RFS protocol. I would have to find something that could run an RFS server. I assume that there's got to be a VAX in OS that knows what to do with that. If not, I know that the AT&T Unix PC had support, but that machine didn't have an Ethernet card. So that is... it didn't have an Ethernet card standard. I don't know if the emulator supports it. It's a solvable problem, but for me, just booting into the kernel is it's I want to go all the way to a root prompt. I don't want to implement it like a full fucking SCSI stack. That just sounds miserable. Yeah, Mach 86 in theory should be able to run on VAX. It will not run on this system without modification. And I haven't decided if I'm actually going to go that far. But the fact of the matter is that I can actually run this stream in the cloud, which means that even if I'm on shitty mobile internet, all I need is Icecast, and that's actually going to be one of the next things I am going to be testing. I keep meaning to do it sooner rather than later, but my solution is to find a way to run Streamlabs either on a remote machine or on a cloud host. Long term, I will probably run it on my desktop when it is plugged into electricity again, but I don't know when that will be. In that case, then I can just use SSH and screen sharing, or not screen sharing. When I say screen sharing, I literally mean screen-x, and then use Icecast to cut in my voice. And that means that if I am on incredibly shitty internet, because this is what happened in Europe. Even if I wanted to make content when I was in Europe last summer, like, I wouldn't have been able to. The internet was simply too shit where I was. So if I can get this YouTube channel down to Icecast, or even a phone call link and a terminal prompt, I could run. It opens up a lot of options of what I could do long term with it, because I could do OS Dev in Vim, and if people are willing to watch a terminal session instead of something more complex, that works really well for me. The N and N commander, it's... I've had this handle since I was 14. I have literally used this handle online. The original N comes from it was just a RPG that I did with a childhood friend. And it was a little bit too long, so I took it. The original was... Do I really want to say what it was? Like, on one hand, do I really want to spoil the mystery? On the other hand, do I really want to spoil it? It was literally just a childhood thing. Like, imagine, it was the character I was playing. I was basically role-playing, if you've ever seen Outlaw Star, that's a very good way to describe it, I would say. If I had to sum up the entire experience in a sentence. So there. Yeah. So what happened was, the handle N Commander started getting used. I used to use my real name quite a bit, but when I started getting involved with Ubuntu development, it was all on Freenode, and I was using the handle N Commander at that time because there was a character limit, so that's why it was N and then Commander. I guess I could stream a Discord voice call. That is a cheap and dirty way to actually do it. So when I got into Freenode, it was basically the handle I used, and that handle, when Freenode finally went poof, I believe it was at 19 years at Nixerve, to give you an idea of how long I've been using this handle. I did try to retire it twice, but most of my known work, both in Debian and Ubuntu, is attached to it. Like, you'll find it easier if you find N Commander instead of looking for my name. And originally, I had a different YouTube channel. That was Restless Yankee, and I will drop a link onto this, because shameless plug time is shameless plug time. Restless Yankee was my attempt in 2020 to bike across the United States from coast to coast. I had reached the low point of my life to date. It has gone up since, but 2020 was really the decider is, am I even capable of doing anything, period? Because I have suffered from a sleep disorder throughout my entire life. There's been a lot of bad, is the easiest way to sum this up. So, I planned to do this trip. I planned this trip throughout most of 2019 to do it starting February of 2020. Absolutely no points in guessing how that went. I did make it. I went about 550 miles, starting in Jacksonville, Florida, and ending just short of the state line of Alabama. When I was in lockdown, I got a stimulus check, just as all other Americans did. I used that stimulus check to build my desktop as it is now, although I have upgraded it several times since. I then just, and like everyone in April of 2020, I was starting to go a little mad. So I was really put out by the fact that I was not able to do Restless Yankee. I was not trying to grow a channel. I was literally recording it for myself to look back on years from this time, and it has done exactly what it was supposed to. 2 years ago at this point, I shortly after I did the Sun PCI video, I don't even know how to describe this moment. I have thought about, this was something I was planning on writing on End's Life, but I mean, fuck it, if I'm going to talk about it, I might as well talk about it now. I had a moment that could basically defy any and all rational explanation. I don't know how to describe it before that. The closest thing I could say, it was a moment of perfect clarity, but the honest truth is, imagine knowing that something is true, like just having like I believe the words I used at the time was this is what they used to call divine inspiration or divine insight. It was such a strange and powerful experience that I dropped literally everything that I was doing, and I actually got back on my bike and I went to Boston. I wasn't sure why I did this. Looking back at this, I think I was trying to see if I had the same feeling I had in 2020, but it was such a bizarre thing. I still don't know what to make of it, but it has led into a series of motions and events that have seriously improved my life to the point that I need to write about this at some point, if only so it could help someone else. But I don't even know, like, I don't even understand what I experienced on that day. I have hesitated to use the term religious experience. The closest thing that I have found to what I experienced is the descriptions of the Dharma in Buddhist religions, and as such, I have been actually reading quite a few Buddhist texts. And it's such a bizarre thing. Hey, thank you for the first super chat of this stream, intra server. If you want to call it that, call it that. I'm not willing to call it that myself because I don't know what I experienced. Looking back at it, and this was one of the biggest things, on the last day of Restless Yankee, I had already made the decision to end the trip, and that was not an easy decision because I had literally spent months. I had only gone, I was at week 3 on it. I remember I was in Georgia. It was the only night that I wasn't in Florida on the whole trip. I was at the Army Corps of Engineers campground there. I had a El Cheapo tent, and I'm looking at it. No, sorry, that wasn't El Cheapo. Actually, it was an REI quarter dome, so that wasn't El Cheapo. Sorry, different trip. Memories faded together. And I actually have the photo. It's actually on film. You can actually see it. I have a single photo that I took with the GoPro of the sun setting on a man-made lake in a rainstorm. It is actually the banner photo on Restless Yankee. I've had a few moments like that, but nothing like what I had in what is now 2 years ago. I spent the next year trying to figure out what the hell it meant. It was such a system shock. I don't even know how to describe it. Yeah. Hopefully you're just you're safe over there. World is not a good place right now. Like, if you want to call it that, you want to call it that, but I've had to face a lot of very unpleasant things about my life as an end result of it. Not so much it's not regret about what I done. It's the fact, it's seeing the world without the haze of gaslight is a very difficult thing when that's all you've ever known. I don't know. Let me put it like this. A lot of my life up until this point has been defined as suffering. I still experience, I hesitate to use the term pain, but discomfort is probably the best way to put it. And like I said, I have physical disability that I was born with. I don't get away from this. That's why my streams start at fuck o'clock. I in the past, I made some effort to respect my time zone. I have officially stopped giving a fuck. God, I swear so rarely on this stream. For people who know me in real life, I actually swear quite a bit. Chat, is it me or is it stuck? No, okay, it is moving. The pandemic wasn't actually the catalyst, because remember, I was already going on the long soul-searching journey. But back in 2014, I was living in Alaska. I'm from New York. I'm actually from the city. Wow, I just lost a whole bunch of viewers. Okay. So you're standing about as far as you can get. And many years ago, in 2012, I was still working for Canonical at this point. The job was fully remote, and there was no travel on the horizon. I loaded up my little crossover SUV, and I drove it to Prudhoe Bay. That is to say, I drove it all the way through Canada to Alaska to Fairbanks, and then I took it on a gravel highway to the Arctic Ocean. I laugh at those who have those heavy... You know the people that have those giant pickup trucks that have never seen dirt? Or the four-wheel drive... It's the four-wheel drive in Florida crowd. I had so much fun looking at them because I know because I didn't have four-wheel drive for this. You really appreciate it when you don't have it, but I do find it funny. Sorry, I am in a space right now. I have had, so the first, I had a Hyundai Tucson, which was car one. And I was owner one. I then had the RAV4, which I was owner 4 on. I bought that car in Alaska and I drove it to Florida. It was a standard transmission. I really love that car. When I moved back to New York, this area, it was not under good circumstances, and the car started becoming a liability. It was sitting in its parking space unmoved for months at a time. So this situation continued for about a year, and then I finally said, to hell with this. I got in the car and I drove to Oregon. I had friends out there. I gave the car to a friend. Along the way, I made a stop at DEF CON. I didn't even intend to do it. I was originally, the fastest road out, the two ways you get out of here is on 80, and if you take 80 on a straight shot, it will take you to California, but you'll go through all the interior states. And 18 was not a good year for me, although this was one of the few high points of it. I was still involved with my local hacker group at that point, for earlier End Commander context. And I was like, I don't know if or when I'm ever going to have another chance to do a cross-country drive again. So I made the most of it. I went and visited, what is it? Devil's Creek? It's the Close Encounters of the Three Kinds Ridge. Like, it was on the way. I went to Rushmore. I wanted to do the ICBM silos in North Dakota, but it didn't happen. I did visit, what was it? The Wyoming State Penitentiary Museum. Like, it wasn't the actual penitentiary itself. It was just, like, all the memorabilia. I don't even know. No, it was the penitentiary. I just didn't actually go into it because I got there right as they closed. Like, those are some weird and interesting buildings. Yeah. Current car right now is a Toyota Prius, which I am not in love with, but it will do for now. The honest truth of the matter is I may end up living out of a car for some time. This is by choice, but it's just by what the circumstances of my life are coming down to. The biggest thing is that if I can make this a livable scenario, I could tackle something on my bucket list, and that's the drive to Argentina. That is to do the full length of the Pan American. Going to Prudhoe Bay was the start. I still have... If I could get Panama, I would consider myself a lucky man. If I can actually get the whole highway, though, to actually live the dream. Because that's where it ends. Because the Pan American Highway starts... the official start point, I believe, is El Paso. But most people in this current year consider the start point in Prudhoe Bay, Alaska, on the shores of the Arctic Ocean. The end point is in Tierra de Fuego, on the approximately, I think it's 600, 700 miles to Antarctica from there. You don't get anywhere, like, when you're at Prudhoe Bay, you're about 300 miles to the North Pole. It is, short of actually going to Antarctica, it is about one of the very few places on this planet that you are actually in true Arctic conditions. That's how far north you've gone. And it's because it's ultimately the culmination of a lot of my travels. Like, when my health I had some warning before my health went completely to shit. And one of the other trips I ended up doing besides Alaska was I got in my car one day. I was living on the West Coast, and I drove to St. John's, Newfoundland. I crossed the entirety of the United States, and then that wasn't enough, so I kept going. Drove into Canada, entered New Brunswick, continued into Quebec, and I am working through all this. I was a telecommuter, so I am working out of a combination of hotels out of my car. My job at this point could be done entirely on emulation. I was mostly maintaining stuff. Yeah, no, actually at that point it was all the hardware was in the remote lab. As long as I could access the VPN, I was fine. I could literally work from anywhere I needed to. And it was one of the few perks in what was not what I would say was a less than good career. So I went out to Halifax, and then I kept going. I took the ferry across to Newfoundland. I drove from Port Alex Unpronounceable to St. John's, and then I took the ferry over to Fortune. As it turns out, the French still have one minor island in North America, that's Saint Pierre and Monique. It's just off the shores of Newfoundland, but when you're there, you are actually in the legal territory of France, including the European Union. So you use Euro, it's 220V power. It is a very bizarre experience to see this. And all the vehicles there have North American shaped license plates, but they have the French Euro circle on it. It was wild. Newfoundland. Okay. So that, yeah. And then from there, I had to spend several weeks in Houston on site with a client. I then drove as far south as the Tropic of Cancer, and that is where I left it off. I have not driven further south. When I was in Panama a couple years ago, I rented a car and I went as far south down on Pan America 1 as you can. That is towards the Darien. I made it within about 10 miles of the Gap, so that's realistically as far south as you can actually go. But I haven't done the center. I haven't done from Mexico to Panama. And it's a little bit sketchy because Honduras is never in exactly a good state. But if I go for El Salvador, there's a direct line from El Salvador to Costa Rica. It's 55 miles, less than an hour of driving on Panamanian Highway, less than on the Interamericano. So I've been looking at this for a long time. This progress bar is moving, but it is moving very slowly. So I don't know. I'm gonna gather my thoughts for a bit. Like, I guess to some extent, part of what's got me writing Ends Life on Patreon is the culmination of everything I've experienced in the last year or so. Because I have been told multiple times by multiple people that I should write a book. And it's like, you know what? So effing be it. Even if I just write out an outline so I have some idea of what my life has been like. Because people tell me that what I have not lived a normal life. It's the life I've lived, but, you know. Alright, I hope work has been good. Alright, I'm going to stretch my legs for a bit. We're going to let this extract. I might, when it gets to about 7 or 8 a.m. here, I will probably go get breakfast. There's things we can do, depending on how far we actually get into this. But yeah, I actually do need to see this boot into the base system, because I need to know if that frame buffer driver actually works. I'm actually really tempted to let it try and start X, but ugh. It's quite possible it was extracting a lot of tiny files, which just takes a long time because it's what it's got to do. But yeah, it definitely, from when I stepped away, it was like at 57, and now it's at 65. So it is getting there. Like, this hasn't been horrible. We've been live streaming, what, 2 hours, and we probably started the install an hour ago. So, yeah. Yeah, because if this works the way the NetBSD one does, this is doing progress through the pipe. But the I/O is probably unstable. I really wish it showed how fast it was running the I/O. Like, you know, if I make the terminals, you know, I shouldn't do that because I could just see it breaking. So I'm just going to leave it as is. So someone out there, someone in chat can figure out exactly what the bit rate of this install is when the VOD goes up. And I'll even pin the comment when it's there, assuming someone actually watches it. A lot of why I've been... Hold on, let me get close. A lot of why I've been really taking breaks and pauses is that I'm going to be working on this. If I'm going to work on this, I'm going to be working on it for like an 8-hour stretch. And it's really... It takes a lot out of me to talk for that long, so... But, I mean, my viewer count is being consistent. Like, I'm at 80 viewers right now. We got to a low of 25 for like a mid-Wednesday stream, which is like, okay, sure. I think that's the like most dead day YouTube is. And the VODs are getting some traffic, which I am always surprised by, but I am worried that I am pushing the limits of how much I can do this topic for YouTube before people burn out. But I did run the poll. 356 people voted. It got 16 likes. And 71% wanted to see more NetBSD VAX pain. And... yeah, YouTube comments can be really interesting at times. Yeah, I'm definitely expecting this to be a very slow boot. I know for a fact that NetBSD is about 15 minutes on a cold boot. And I do want to actually see it get to the login prompt, because if the LCG driver in OpenBSD works, then we know its condition codes are correct. If it doesn't work, then we know that the code is just completely shot. I could check the config, but I also, from what I was getting from looking at some post-import VAX, apparently some of the config variables can in fact be different for mopvoot versus not. Like the kernel is able to detect that, as we saw here. Hail. Oh, hello. Yeah. So really annoying on the stream chat. I have a ability to make like hearts and stuff appear in the chat. I never quite figured out how this thing works. I think when I click that, it makes like emojis appear in the chat for all of you. But it covers up the last line of chat. It's really irritating. No, Space Wolf Jr., that's about what we were seeing on NetBSD. It was NetBSD 10. 7 has been obnoxiously slow. Yeah, no, I did see that. I did see that. Well, it just booted the NetBoot kernel just fine. We loaded it off the NetBSD loader because I just could not be asked to set up a reverse ARP server. I don't hate my life that much. Like, of all the... I didn't know that, like, of all the things to use, they standardize on reverse ARP. like, that's what Sun used, but I assume I don't remember Theo's background. Where did he come from before he was essentially kicked out of the NetBSD core team, if I remember the story correctly, but I don't actually remember his background. I know reverse ARP is completely broken. I have tried to use it on Linux before. Realistically, for me to use reverse ARP, I would be installing NetBSD in SimH, so I would have a NetBSD platform. I have tried it before under Linux, and it did not work. And I suspect it's the same reason why Linux MopD does not work. Okay, so he was a student at University of Calgary. So, his experience may have actually been with Sun, because that is a very Sun thing to do, is to use reverse ARP. That was basically, like, if his early experience in BSD was Sun OS 4, okay, you know what? That makes complete sense to me, actually. Like, that makes complete sense to me, why he would do it that way. I don't know when NetBSD supported diskless, but it was probably... It had to be past 1.0 because NetBSD started life on Intel. It was a direct continuation of 386 BSD. So it started life on i386. It then got ported back to everything because now they no longer had any AT&T code, and then it was ported back to VAX in 1996, approximately. I know some people apparently it was used as the upgrade path for Ultrix for some people. He was working on NetBSD Spark. Okay, that makes perfect sense. Yeah, okay. If he was familiar with how Sun stuff works, the fact that it uses reverse ARP is, I completely understand why he did that. And depending on when diskless was landed, I could just call it a hunch. I could see Theo not really liking Pixie due to the way it works. I could see him wanting a much simpler boot system, and reverse ARP is a very simple way to get an IP address. There are advantages to using it over DHCP, because in that case, and I have actually done this, I can run the Vintage network on its own subnet with its own IP address a lot easier. Yeah, in theory, NetBSD on VAX should be able to run BSD 4.3 binaries. It should be able to run Ultrix binaries to a point. What that point is, I don't know. From what I've been told, it should work for anything that isn't directly talking to the LAT. As long as it's basically Unix and it's not DEC, it should work under Compact Ultrix. Yeah, it's going. It's just not going at a consistent speed, but it is definitely going. We are going to reinstall NetBSD properly. We're going to apply the patch to the NetBSD 10 sources, and we are going to build the release source code. This is going to run NetBSD 10 properly. No, it's not NetBSD 1 because on everything else, NetBSD just uses MOP into NFS. It doesn't use, and it uses DHCP. So that's why I was a little shocked when I saw that it actually uses reverse ARP. I was reading the OpenBSD diskless, which is their defining document on how to do it, and it's a very vague document. I don't know why, but a lot of OS devs do not like doing. There's a I don't want to say there's a stigma, but most OS devs I've seen don't seem to like to work off an NFS route, and I do understand that because NFS causes really fascinating side effects. But when I was doing a lot of my early Linux work, when I was still working a professional career, I used to use NFS root all the time with Ubuntu. I did have actual problems with systemd. I remember I had to do something stupid to make systemd work on an NFS root. But from what I know now, I believe that has been fixed. I believe the Ubuntu int_ramfs will, in fact, handle that situation correctly. Although I doubt anyone at Canonical has tested it in probably 6 years. At this point, I'm running the stream. I'm running the stream off my MacBook, but I've really been liking NetBSD. I don't know if I could daily drive it, but the fact of the matter is I'm very much coming to appreciate having just a console interface and not like a full web browser. Like, it is just so much less mental tax. And I think people get a kick watching me use Vim and such. I maybe that's just me being hopeful, but I like to think so. Discord, though, will run in Chromium, so that is not an end-of-the-world problem. But what I would probably end up doing is I would just run it in a VM. My plan going forward with the channel is I have the NCommander streaming account on the MacBook Pro, and for the time being, the MacBook Pro is my production machine. I have no other that I can use regularly. I would like to host the stream in the cloud, although I don't know if I can actually make that work. I'm going to have to do like a burn-in stream. I mean, technically speaking, I should be able to do it. I should completely be able to get this to work. I just have to think about it. So, my experience, I have not had good experiences with Firefox in ages. I really do feel like WebKit. I mean, to each their own. If you can use Firefox, more power to you, because I just kind of have... Look, I make content on YouTube. I get a royalties check from YouTube. Google essentially, like, the YouTube mind control chip is here. I have to praise all Google products. Okay, what was I doing now, chat? The fact of the matter is, I kind of would like to do... for shits and giggles factor, I almost would want to set up a self-hosted FTL stream. A few people have actually, like, bless them, have actually reversed engineered FTL's protocol and made a stream. It's not quite the same as my original... the original one I created, Microsoft made changes after I left that did not have a good effect on FTL, but I understand why they made them. FTL was Mixer's faster than light streaming protocol, and that I was the one who made that happen. It wasn't my idea, and I actually questioned if it was even possible. Mixer was the high point of my career and a low point of my career at the same time, and it's like, oh man, that is a story for a different day. Yeah. It was still called Beam at that point. You can, if you want to check this claim on GitHub, Microsoft libftl, there's a copyright 2014 Michael Cassaval in libftl ftl.h. I wrote, and if you go back far enough, you can find that my current GitHub account is connected to that account because it started life as Beam libftl. I liked Mixer as well. Yeah, so OS devs do, So to make FTL work, I had to do a bastard hack job to OBS. OBS does not support what I made it do, and I created a very hack job version of OBS known as Tachyon. What I suspect happened is a bunch of people used Tachyon and then reported bugs to OBS after I was no longer involved with Mixer development. I technically was never hired by Mixer. It is complicated, and in hindsight, I probably should have gotten a lawyer. I had just been starting off as an independent freelancer, and I ultimately got screwed. I didn't know better at the time. I had basically applied as a job for a sysadmin at MC Pro Hosting. And MC Pro Hosting had the same owner as Beam, which became Mixer. And my resume I had applied for MC Pro Hosting because I just needed a job in the background to make money. I didn't really care. I had just stopped working. I had just quit my job at Canonical. I was like, to hell with this. And part of my work at Canonical dealt with system latency. The recruiter who looked at my resume saw the word latency and sent my resume over to the Beam side. So I was hired as a contractor for MC Pro Hosting, and ended up working through Beam. Like I had the dev flag on Beam, I had the gold name and all that. But I never actually worked for Beam proper or Mixer proper. When I was brought in, the Microsoft buyout was not known publicly yet. I was under an NDA. I did know about it, but they were requiring all the staff to move to Seattle, and I had just moved back east. So I was basically just shown the door. Funny enough, a recruiter tried to hire me back for my own job, but I could not move back east, even though the job had been entirely remote prior to that point. And I was like, you know what, I can't deal with this. And that was how 2015 had ended for me, going into 16. So just kind of should set the context. 16, I don't remember what I did, except for the fact that it was a bad year. I think that's about the only way I could describe 16. And it kind of kept going downhill for a while until you eventually hit rock bottom. It's better now. In many ways, it was better. I didn't have a lot of say in my chosen career path. Let me put it like that. And this is something I've been wrestling with for a very long time, because every time I try to leave this career path, it has blown up in my face. And I've kind of come to accept that prior to me starting the channel. But it's frustrating for a lot. It's like, I never wanted to work in tech, but it was the only option available to me. And what really disgusts me is I am actually good at it, but I don't enjoy it. I don't enjoy it for its own sake. I might have at one point, and I have actually been enjoying this VAX, which is an anomaly, but for the most part, I don't. Tech was what was there when... Let me put it like this. Tech was there when my family was not. That's about the easiest way to describe it. There had been a very messy divorce growing up. I changed schools 3 times in 3 years. 2 of them were boarding schools. To give you an idea of what I was going through that. I realize now, with the benefit of hindsight, that my mother was either punishing me for favoring my father through the divorce, or she was punishing my father. I have not decided which of these two. It's quite possible both. But she had basically terminated her marriage. She basically made up a lot of claims about my father, some of which I think are true, some of which I think are shit. But she basically just wrote off the whole marriage and sent me to boarding school so I would not be in the way through it. And then she basically took full control of my education. I was basically told I was going to be an engineer. To hell with your own desires. I had actually wanted to go to law school, and I was a volunteer firefighter. That was me thumbing my nose at her, was part of that, but I'm proud of having done so. Part of it is I actually had wanted to serve in the U.S. military. I'm not sure I could have actually made that happen. And this is me in my 20s. I feel different about that at 35, but this is me in my early 20s. I lived through 9/11. I'm from New York City. When the towers came down, I didn't know where my mother was on that day. Her office is actually not very close to the World Trade Center. But when the towers came down, the debris crashed into the Bell Labs into the AT&T switch system next door. The local switching system for it, you couldn't call into Manhattan. The circuits couldn't handle it as 2 planes flew into the World Trade Center. I didn't see the actual impact, but my father went to my school. He got me. He went back to his office in the Bronx, and we stood on the roof, and I was facing Manhattan. I can still see that day. The smoke and the fire rising up from Midtown Manhattan from the 9/11 attack. Oh, sorry. I haven't thought about this in a while. I walk by the 9/11 memorial very frequently, but every once in a while I think about that day. Sorry, this is some old shit that I don't even know I should be talking about on stream, but I'm just killing time right now. But yeah, I saw that firsthand. A few years later, I visited Iraq. Or not a few years. In 2011, I visited Iraq. It was part of how I actually dealt with it. You don't see something like that and come out quite the same the other side. I didn't really understand it at the time. I think I understand what my father was trying to do. My father was from Cuba. He actually was in the town where they installed the missile launchers. He saw those. I don't know what they were saying about the Cuban Missile Crisis in Cuba at the time. My general impression is there was a sense that that nuclear Armageddon was an option. Like, I don't know if they were actually censoring that or not. They were obviously, the press was highly controlled, but you don't see missile launchers show up in your village and think happy good times knowing that you're 90 miles from the United States. I assume that he looked up the details of that years later, after he made it to the United States. 9/11 was my version of that. I had wanted to join the military. I don't actually know if I would be able to meet the physical requirements. I had health problems even at that age. But I barely was able to meet the physical requirements for being a firefighter. I was, to paraphrase A Few Good Men, I could best be described as a substandard firefighter. I met the physical requirements as New York State required them, but just barely. But I did it. I was licensed. I rode for 4 years, and that was me. That was me basically my bit, my bit for King and Country. I had hoped to go back when I came back east, but as it turned out, it was not going to happen. Sorry, this has been kind of an emotional morning. I don't know. I'm 35 now. I'm going to be 36 in 2 weeks, less than. In some ways, I feel like I've done a lot with my life as compared to most people, and in many ways, I feel like I haven't done a damn thing. Like, I am literally just sitting here in my apartment talking about the things I've experienced to what is 90 concurrent viewers. It's like... The flip side of it is that, this life is better than the one I had before. I see, when I was in my 20s, I couldn't see a future for myself. I just saw working monotonous day in, day out at a soul-crushing job that I hated. And I only got that job because my extracurricular activities got noticed. I was a Ubuntu developer before I was hired by Canonical. I don't know. People tell you, for most people in my generation, having a good paying job, having no debts, is the dream. I hated that life. I never wanted to go into it, and I hated every minute of it. I don't know if I can realistically go back to school. Lawyer is definitely not a possibility anymore. Paralegal would be the best I could hope for. But, I also enjoy making content on YouTube. I enjoy entertaining people. And I have done the math. When I am finally out of Jersey City, I should have my cost of living expenses to about a half to a quarter of what they are right now. If I can double what I make from Patreon and AdSense, I can live off that full time. I would be completely independent with just the channel revenue, and I could realistically get my life expenses lower. That's the dream. That's the absolute dream. Oh, it actually detected the system. The system actually, it is in Canada, but it's in Canada Eastern. That's funny, that it actually defaults to Thea's time zone. I don't know if I've ever... I assume I've installed OpenBSD at one point. I'm pretty sure I installed it on Spark 64. I am in, I'm an only child. Or at least I was. The fact that I have to say was, well, let's just say it's been a time. It's like, like, I could just try and bury the truth. I could try and keep the veneer that people expected of me, because that is a really good way to describe what my life was like for most of it. It was entirely for appearance sake, and it wasn't for my own appearance. It was for my family's appearance, to be really specific. And a lot of the outcome of that single moment of clarity I had in 2022 has been fallout for this, but it's the first time in my life I can actually see having a fucking life. Even if that, it's like... And that's why I want to write it. Because I spent probably most of my adult life, and let's be honest, most of before that, but if I'm going to draw a line, I'll try to draw a line there, with the distinct hopelessness that I see prevalent in most of Generation Z this day. Like, for many people as millennials, they probably remember 9/11, but they probably remember it more as the harbinger of doom that it was. Gen Z, 9/11 was in the past. They're still dealing with the consequences of it. The economic crash of 08, 09, so forth and so on. Yeah. So I'm like, well, fuck this shit. Like, I don't care anymore. And this thing about appearances bled into my YouTube channel. It's a habit. Part of why I've been streaming more regularly, well, part of why I stopped streaming is I just couldn't deal with the stress of it. Part of me streaming now, basically, I don't want to say this is phoned in content, because let's be honest, it's not. But I'm not exact. I'm only giving it about 80% of the effort that I normally do to make it less miserable, because, again, fuck appearances. And honestly, that might be the title of my fucking book. God, November is National Novel Writing Month. I have not decided if I'm going to write this book or a big book about writing Unix and emulators, but I am going to write a book. I might even live stream myself writing a book. Oh, help, I'm losing my mind. I'll be back in a moment. I'm just having some tea here. I have to remember when I go out to buy another package of cookies. It's because having something sitting on the desk for when I get the munch, you know, when I get hungry. Because, like, half the time I'm streaming and I get hungry, but I don't want to leave the desk. And more recently, I've had some serious problems with the refrigerator in this apartment, and last time I went away for a few days, I came back to the wonderful world of... Well, it could have been a lot worse, is what I keep telling myself about that. I'm drinking a black tea. I mean, fear is a weird way to describe it. Hey, look, we actually successfully managed to, we actually installed it. Look, chat, it's installed. To boot your system, type reboot. Hopefully it doesn't try to boot from the network. Probably is going to try and boot from the network. Alright, is syncing disks, sysboot. Can I send a break? Yeah, breaks don't work. I've tried. Yeah, that's going to try and boot from the network. Frig. How? I think I've got... Do I have to take down the boot server to get to... Normally you send a break, but I haven't been able to actually do that, so I think I have to take the boot server down. Which is an interesting challenge, because now how do I get onto the boot server? I think... Okay, don't close the load-bearing SSH session. Okay, here we go. Alteryx session. I think the easiest thing to do is just remove the bootloader file. It should fail out after I do that. Alright, so because then this should mop boot and then it should fail. I hope. It takes a while to time out, chat. Nothing about this machine is fast. Okay, well now it's definitely not seeing the mop server. I think I gotta tell it not to auto boot loop. It's useful, but I don't even know how I tell it to not do that. Like, let me look that up. Like, VAX console disable auto boot. There's gotta be a way to do it. Set boot, set halt reboot. Procedure to shut down VAX systems. Here we go. On boot modes, you'll set the break enable disable switch to the enable position. Switch is pushed inside the circle of the dot inside. Okay, so it's probable that the physical switch on the console, on the system... Yeah, like, I'm... Oh, wait, hold on. This is a telnet session. Hold on. Says send telnet break, but I don't know if that's actually making it to the VAX. It's a networked RS-232 adapter, and I've always had problems with this and USB adapters, so I don't know if this is or isn't better. I have the credentials to get into it, but I think we're just gonna have to wait for it to stop. Yeah, I have this, I have managed to... I actually don't have the music enabled. I can only listen to music for so long, but I know that for a fact. This will time out. It just takes a long time. I assume there's no way I can actually just... Because I don't think I can tell it to boot off the hard drive. And I want to boot the kernel off the hard drive. Let me look at Discord. Okay, so the RS-232 adapter has a web interface. I have the password for it. Let me see if I can get onto it. Well, apparently the credentials I have don't work. Can I telnet into it? Telnet 6. Okay, apparently none of the passwords I have for this thing work, so I can't get into the actual terminal. Let's see here. All right, so I don't know what to do now because I don't know how long this is going to go. I can't send the break to get it out of this loop. It's going to keep trying to reboot off Ethernet. I guess I could send it the regular kernel, but it won't know where its root device is. I would be able to boot BSD, but it would not know where its root device is because it wouldn't have started from there. It would probably still think it's booting off NFS and then go boom. Try Control P? Okay, I'll try Control P. Didn't do anything. Okay. I can power cycle the machine. I have access to the switch. You know what? I'm going to power cycle it because I don't know if that's going to help accomplish anything, but I think I am going to try power cycling it. Now if I can just remember how to power cycle it. I haven't been on this system in a few days. Here we go. PDU. Okay. Outlet control. Igor, throw the switch. I could do a BSD-C. Okay, then you know what? Then we can do that. We can actually do that. So, oh, you know what? Hold on. But you know what? Probably because MopMom is running. If I just shut the server down, yeah. You know what? Let me just shut down MopMom. Let me see if it breaks out because you know what? It's probably trying to download a file and it's not there. It's probably, let's see here, let's get like mop trace going. Nope, it is still retrying. Okay, fine. We'll load it this way. NetBSD, netload. Okay, Mopmon listening. So next time that retries, it should be able to find something. Let's put... wrong machine. We don't need to be here. I'm actually going to leave this one up, because at this point, that's actually useful to have. Alright, BSD dot... Alright, so... boot BSD-C. Okay, there we go. The OpenBSD loader works, but it wants a reverse ARP server, and I can't be asked. I have never been able to get the one included in Debian or in Ubuntu to work, which... Hey, there we go. Booting up generic, so now we just gotta tell it where its root partition is. Oh, no, that was not what I was hoping. It's using interface LE0 with boot parameters. Yeah, it's net. Yep. Well, that worked about as well as I thought it would. Okay, let's see here. Oh god, there really is a hangman here. Oh, I have no idea what this could be. R. Oh, okay, hold on. I have no idea what this could possibly be. I don't... Why is there a hangman here? I did C. Yeah, I did do C. No, I did D. Why? Okay, I don't want a hangman anymore. I want to go back. How do I get out of here? I had the reboot command right there. Are you kidding? Can I not get out of this? Or do I have to... Control C does nothing. Yeah, Control C does not do anything. I'm hitting it. C. Yeah, I'm trying Control D. Control D does nothing. Control Z does nothing. I didn't know there was hangman here. Okay, no, apparently you actually have to solve the game for it to win. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You actually have to solve it for it to work. It's called Hangman Hangs Manic Analyzer. Yeah, I'm just going to power cycle it. Like, I control the AC and the DC. Chat, I don't even, what just happened? So it's trying, Alright, OpenBSD root device. The problem is probably that this is NetBSD's bootloader. I probably have to actually use the blasted OpenBSD one. Actually, no, hold on. -A says kernel asks for a root device to which to use. So you know what? Before I completely write this off, let's try that. If not, I'm going to actually have to set up a reverse ARP server, which makes me unhappy. The fact of the matter, though, is it is booting. Oh, it did actually prompt for the root device. That actually worked. So that would be SD0. Because then it's going to find the label... Yeah, that would be correct. Go, baby, go, baby, go. Maybe? Chat, the gerbil is probably spinning really hard right now. Yes! Ha ha! Automatic boot in progress. I can't even hear the music, so I'm hoping it's appropriate. Okay, now we have to wait about 20 minutes for it to actually start, but hey, look, it's actually going. It is actually... Look, chat, it's the potato is running. Oh my god, it actually has PF. Could you imagine running PF on a goddamn VAX? That is a sick and disgusting thought. I'm stepping away from keyboard for a little bit. Chat can be entertained by watching the boot messages go by. Oh, that is going to take a really, really long time. That is going to take a really long time. Please tell me I can Control-C this. Whew. No, 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 stop. Is VMS Fan a is that like another YouTube channel? Because I've seen a few people refer to that. I'm assuming. Oh, OS Tans. I didn't even think of that. God, what would VMS Tan even look like? Has anyone even made a VMS Tan or a VAX Tan? Oh God, it's. Well, if there was ever a reason to recreate, to bring my VTuber puppet back, and I'm going to sit on the couch and think about my sins. Oh, it's going. It is going. Almost there. Preserving editor files. What was it? Obviously, it probably wasn't preserving editor files. Okay, so now it's got to start network daemons. I thought the only thing that starts out of the box is SSH. Like, what is it starting? I mean, it is booting. The link probably got removed just because YouTube is... I think I have to make you an approved user to let you post links. YouTube kind of just... Like... I don't like Twitch as a platform, and like I said, I worked for the competition. YouTube just feels half-baked, though. But the fact of the matter is I got started with making videos and then started live streaming again. So it's like, well, whatever. Alright, I'll have to look at that later. Alright, let me see here. OS 10 collections. This is a Wikipedia page. What am I? Hold on. What am I actually reading here? Chat. What is this? I am looking at this. Like, this is anime backstory. Here, I'll put the actual link in because it's my stream. I can put links in it. What am I looking at? I didn't know that there was an entire, like, fictional universe with OS Tans. I had assumed that, like, I remember the ones with, like, I remember seeing them on Wikipedia. I think it's the first place I saw them. And they remember they used to be on the Nico-chan forums when those were still around back in the IRC, early 2000s. I've had my brain hey, look, chat, it doesn't require any firmware. That I find really funny. I actually find that really funny because in these days it was cheaper to that you couldn't justify the memory to do that. You had to have a ROM chip or an EEPROM. I'm currently in Eastern, but yes. Okay. The thing is, I kind of want to compile Bash for the NeoFetch, but my God, can you imagine how long it would take to actually compile Bash on this thing? That is a long email. That is a really long email. I'm assuming I can do... Yes, we can do that. This is the actual like they send it to you as an email. Trying to get ports running would be a very fascinating / scary sort of thing. All right, I part of me almost wants to send a message to dmessage at openbsd.org, but it would be pointless. This machine has 32 megabytes. Okay, so now for the fact of the matter is we know that. Hold on, let's make sure the driver is actually enabled. Just before I actually hopefully okay, it's not installed. Okay, so we went through all that. We know this works. Or let me rephrase that. We know we can compile. Let me see if this. Let's make sure this driver is actually flipping enabled, because I just had that thought, and I really wish I had that thought like 2 hours ago. Where do I have the source? I think I have the source on SoapMaker. Did something puke in my home folder? No, this is... It is enabled. The driver is in fact enabled. So the OpenBSD driver does in fact work correctly. Package add bash. No, these are the, this was the last binary build. We were testing to see if the LCG thing works. You know what? We could try and package add bash. Like, what's the chances that this just works? Chat, I think we're going to be here for a while. Yeah, let's see here. Let me try OpenBSD packages. I've got to give it the archive, don't I? So apparently I can just point it at... So let me figure out the variable. Because OpenBSD has the same thing. It's just been a while. Trusted package parse or D unsigned. Signify verifies compressed modules, updates. Manual installation. I guess, the directory is named by package path is what's searched. I have no idea if this can successfully open an SSL connection. Let me see if I can find where these binaries are. So NetBSD 5.8. There's a packages VAX. So if we do package path, I have no idea if this can actually open an SSL connection. I have this feeling it won't work. God, like, I just kind of want to sit here and see if it will work. I find this hilarious. I actually want to just see if it will work. Because something will either time out or it will succeed. Oh, it probably doesn't have enough entropy. It probably doesn't have enough entropy to actually make it go. I would have to seed... Oh god, that would be exactly like Theo. It probably doesn't have enough entropy. Let's see. Let's just see if we can do like FTP. I think we tried that before, but maybe now that it's installed. Oh, that's right. Black Coffee Drinker wanted me to fix the DHCP server. I just remembered that he asked me to do that. Let's try that again. Do you have a route? Like, can you actually... You do have a route. You should be able to find your way to the internet. You do not have a route. I mean, it's right there. It doesn't set the router, but it does... what is it? Option... Yeah, I just have to set options routers. I believe one is the router on this network. Yes, okay, it is. Let's see here. I gotta tell to rerun your DHCP. I have no idea how I tell it to rerun the DHCP client. Is it just DHCP CD? Oh, right, I don't have... I did install the manual. X startnet. Oh, that's right, I turned the latency down. Am I on the wrong machine? No? This is the max at 32. I don't want to reboot it if I don't have to. NetStart? NetStart, I see it. Oh, that's slow. That's really slow. That's hilariously slow. Chat. It's reading the magic database. Okay, it's a shell script. That was magical. That was properly magical. You don't appreciate how fast modern computers have become until you do this. Okay, well, it got a new IP. It renewed the lease. Did it actually get a route? Oh, right. I didn't do that thing called restarting the DHCP server. I mean, yes and no. Like, this, even at 25 megahertz, this wasn't going to run Unix very fast. Like, this is also GCC 3.3, and GCC is garbage. Especially because this is 3.3. I mean, the VAX backend from GCC was never particularly good. Ever. It was used more, but, like, I mean, GCC was many times the poor man's... Let's be honest, it still is. The poor man's compiler. Hey, well, you know, that time it actually got a route. Can it actually reach out and... Hey, look, it can actually reach out and touch the internet. Can you actually resolve names now? Yes, you can. Let's actually see if it can do HTTPS, because I think that's gonna be funny. Actually, you know, chat, no, that's gonna be funny in a tragic way. It takes a really long time. I am actually really curious if this will finish. I don't think it will, but it will be funny. Yeah, I don't... Well, hold on. I'll check to see if there's an actual FTP server there. It would be nice, but I have that feeling you're probably right. What was I okay. Yes, there does not actually appear to be an FTP server there, and it just times out. It doesn't actually seem to do anything. So I'm just going to grab this, and we'll see if it... Like, let's remove the S, because hopefully it'll print a message when it redirects. Not that I assume, like, at the speed it goes. Like, I'm not even sure if I can get it this way. You know what, the easiest thing to do is I can just download it to, I don't know, here, and then I could probably... Oh, chat! Look, it actually managed to do it. Oh no, wait, wrong one. I saw my own progress bar and I got excited. Can't access home user. Oh, it's OpenBSD backs. So I should just be able to do something like mount dash. Maybe I should have decompressed this beforehand, but yeah, just let it run. I still have to get NeoFetch on there. Yeah, I don't think this is where Bash normally goes on. I don't actually care, though. I actually got the binary I needed, so I can just Control-C that. Let me grab NeoFetch. This might take a bit. Let's see here. I mean, chat, it's going. I didn't expect it to take this long. Chat's telling me it should have already errored out at this point if it was going to error out. I think it's neo-fetching. I just think it's taking a really long time. Like, hold on. Oh, there it goes! There it goes! My God, chat, look at it go. There's the OS. Uptime 28 minutes. This is hilarious. This is painful. What is it doing? Address space randomization? I almost feel like I should get like the actual terminal out, but I kind of like this with the AmberFX. It's still going. Hey, look! It detected that we are using the corn shell. This is hilarious. This is glorious in a sort of ouchy sort of way. That's what OpenBSD sets. Hey, look, it identifies the CPU correctly. Oh God, I need to record this as its own clip. This is too funny. Chat, that was actually painful. Let's do that again. Let me make a new recording because I actually want to get that on film. That was funny. I kind of wish I got a screenshot of it before I just did that, but yeah, screw it. It is not a fast computer. It didn't even occur to me that I should be recording this because in no planet did I think that NeoFetch would take literal minutes to run on this computer. It's slow. This is... It tops out at 6,000 keys per second distributed.net. My MacBook Pro on one core gets 8 million. My VPS gets 38 million. I got it installed, but I mean, I'm gonna go like, I'm gonna stretch my legs while I wait for NeoFetch to run. Okay, yep, it is still going. So it is 7:25 here, and I'm like kind of hungry. I don't really want to end the stream here. I kind of just want to get something to eat and then kind of keep going. So let me think about what we need to do next. We need to get the LXC console patched. I should put something on the screen so people can actually watch how slow this machine's going. Yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm planning to do. Oh, VMstat. Yeah, I can do VMstat. Oh yeah, let me tell you how long it took just looking at how long the recording is. I recorded a 4-minute clip, so it took like 3 minutes for it to run NeoFetch. That is an impressively slow machine. Yeah, I can run top. I can run top. Where is all the performance? 10% of the CPU is being used to run top. It's not as bad as it could be. I mean, it's running PF. We don't really need him. I mean, I'm fine as is. I mean, we can reclaim a bit more, but this machine is not going to run OpenBSD. We were only running it as a test. Or at least it's not going to be running OpenBSD right now. I do actually want to get something to eat, though. So I am kind of wondering, you know what? How long would it take to extract the compiler? So like the fact is though, I'm going to blow away this install pretty quickly. It's like this is not a good place to do this. Let's boot the system back. You know what? We can always come back to NetBSD. Let's boot the system back into NetBSD. And I want to basically take a, let's see here, what are we? We've been streaming for 3 hours, 30 minutes. I'm basically going to just be streaming all day, so I think the plan here is, I go get something to eat. I'll put something up on the screen first. Yeah, I'll put something up on the screen first. I will leave the stream running, grab something to eat, and then we'll sit down to do the debug session. And people can help support the stream by just, you know, keeping, you know, basically watching it. At some point, I will go into the problem is that the editor doesn't let me edit long streams, which really sucks. Alright, let that boot NetBSD. I'm currently having some deep thoughts on where I want to go next. We're going to have to reiterate on lcg.c, and like I said, I know exactly what we can do. I've been running distributed.net on this machine, just as kind of a joke. I think we'll just pull that back up. That or hold on, you know what? I'll run a poll. I'll run a poll, and we'll let democracy decide. Where's my poll button? Why do I not have the button to run a poll? Oh, that's weird. I had to pull up the actual stream itself to do so. we go. We're going to let democracy work. This is, wow, that is some heavy duty voting. That is, people are fighting for the right of what they're going to actually watch once this actually boots up. This, like I said, we've got a bit of time before we do so. Like, I gotta be honest, I find this type of work very tedious, and I wish I could do it faster, but I don't know. I kind of like Suzar's play. I like Zuzar on. I like that idea. I think I'm going. That was kind of what I was going, but I figured we could go with democracy. Yeah, this is not a fast. this is a very slow VAX. Even by VAX standards, this is a slow VAX. Like, this is the baby of the baby VAX. This is the one the salesman has in his bag that no one's going to care about, but they can show it running something. We ran Linux on a 486, but we never actually ran a full operating system. And granted, it was an emulated 486, but we could try that because the 486 I have, the professional workstation, can do BIOS over serial. So conceivably, we could run Linux on that machine, and I kind of want to. If it's going to run completely headless, then I might as well set up the professional workstation to run Linux. DNetC is not .NET. It's distributed .NET client. Sorry, I should have been more clear about that. You know, chat, while this is booting up, why don't we extract the bash source code in advance? Because you know what? This machine does not do anything fast. What is the most recent version? I guess 5.2 is still the most recent one. Okay, nope, that's still going. It's a very slow VAX. I'm actually curious if by time I go to the store and back, it will have actually been if it's even going to be done with configure. Because I don't think it's going to be. My God. It was slow on AIX, and that was a 233 megahertz PowerPC 604E. Like, building Bash on that system took about 20 to 30 minutes from a clean build. I think we built Bash on the next station, but I don't think I let it finish. And the next station... the next station I think is a 25 megahertz Motorola 68040. It might be a 33 megahertz, but that machine I believe is faster than this one. It's almost there. I want to set this so I can go get lunch. Because like I said, this is going to take me quite a while to actually, like, this is going to be actually quite tedious to do the next part. I don't care. So I want to make sure I have, like, full strength. Look at the glacier move. What's funny is that in terms of energy, like this, I can actually tell you exactly how much power we're drawing right now. We are drawing peak load of 1 amp, and it looks like since, okay, yeah, the peak load set on April 24th. So peak load of, so we're using about an amp of electricity. What are we using right now? Can I see more status? I don't want to set childhood controls. I just want to see how much power I'm using. I guess that's the last time the PDU was rebooted, which was a while ago. Yeah, hold on. Device load. We are currently using approximately 60 watts of power. So, chat, we are literally running NetBSD on a light bulb. I didn't want to log in as root. Shit. I didn't want to do that. Now I have to log all the way in. I got to log all the way out. I didn't want to do that. Okay, Control D. It shouldn't actually need swap. Well, actually, you know what? We're going to be running big GCC, so we probably should have swap. Alright, let me figure out why swap is broken. Yes, I know. I logged out to log into sudo, but there is a method to this madness. Alright, why don't I have swap? It's swap control Q. Well, there is a swap file there. And there. Oh wait, real path. Do you need like a slash swap? Well, that's magic. Okay, well now we have swap. That is proper magic. You know what? I should run this in T. Oh, you know what? I don't think I have gmake. I think it's just make, but it should hopefully be okay with this. Configure would check the type of make command I have available, and it shouldn't generate something incompatible. Okay, let's go for it. Oh, no, hold on. I wanted to run that through T. As soon as it starts printing messages, I've got everything together to go grab food. Like, I've got my jacket and such, so... just need to make sure I have my wallet and my phone, and... There's my wallet. Like, I am actually... Hey, there we go! Chat. Wow, this is going to be fascinatingly slow. I'm curious on how far it's actually going to get. I have never seen this before. Like... Oh dear. It's still... Oh my. VAC deck NetBSD ELF 1099 because it's a concurrent one. Wow, that's slow. Okay, I'm gonna go get food. Let me change the mic status. Hold on, mic status. Change the stream status on the left. Okay, chat, I'll be back. Okay, I'm back from the store. Turn off my stream on my phone. It's not done configuring. Let me eat, and then we're going to start working on the driver. Okay? All right, chat, I'm back. I gotta tell you, I feel so much better now. All right. We're just gonna leave that running. It won't finish, but I'm curious. All right. All right, so we know for a fact at this point that it works properly on OpenBSD and it does not work properly on NetBSD. Let me create a new... Let me see here. Okay. All right, so let's go OpenBSD source. No, it needs to be OpenBSD sys. So I wonder if it's just this return statement we need here, because this would be board type 48 and VAX. Well, you know, hold on, but wait. The OpenBSD doesn't see this as a 48. It sees it as a 45. Like grep KA45. CPU type 45. All right, so how does it come to this determination? It actually has its own machine depth for it. Oh, B type is board type. S is, I guess, station type. That would make sense. Or SOC. Yeah, here, SOC. That actually makes perfect sense. So here it's determining it through VAX CPU type. Where does it get VAX CPU type? It's the second byte. Hold on. That's actually relevant because we were already looking in the SIE register. VAX CPU S type, second byte of the SIE register. All right, so now if we look at NetBSD for contrast, so this has no mention of the K845. It has 48, and that's defined through LO core. That gets defined So this code has actually diverged quite a bit over the years. So if the second byte is... Okay, if the second byte is the CPU type. So this is saying this is a board... Here we go. MicroVAX 310 SEI data. No, that would be still in the first word, but this implies that what we're checking here is not correct. Of course, there's no explanation of why they made this change. So apparently, if the CPU type is VAX type SOC, it then... Am I looking at the same file or NetBSD? No, these files are basically identical. I wonder why they changed this detection method. Like... you know what? Why don't we run blame? Let's see if we can figure out what's going on here. You know, oh, yeah, that's not gonna work. Fuck. Right, we have to do a foul. So... on OpenBSD, our S-type is different. And we don't load the driver under what conditions? There we go. We have to be board type 48 or board type 46. It doesn't care about the SOC. It also looks at config data. This is which one? This is OpenBSD. Where else does it check this VAX conf data? Console VAX... Oh, God, I hate cute code like this. VAX at... Alright, I think that 100-bit means it's... I think that means... Yeah, okay, does not use graphical console. Okay. So, if we take our... May 3rd. I have it open in a different window? Question mark? I do apparently have it open in 2 windows. Let's just kill the lower ranking one. Oh, that was not the one I was expecting to die. Okay, so you're BSD, VAX, LCG. Okay. So now, if we look here, I guess it's got to be one of the other ones that's got that file locked open. Hold on, it should tell me. Process ID, kill 24808. So currently, well, we have the attach. Did I not put a hard-coded return on this? Oh, I put a hard-coded return there. So on which function? So this is LCGCN probe. Those are that's one of the functions that we have a hard return on. Yeah, so I do a hard return, and we've got the diagnostic console check there as well. Well, that doesn't help. Okay. So that check. All right, so then let's keep looking. Virtual memory can be called before the VM system is initialized because this is very early console. So we have this magic line here, but maybe that's the magic line that needs to be an attach. Yeah, so I do a hard return on this one. So, all right, let's confirm that commenting out that hard return breaks it. Because I feel like there's multiple things wrong with this driver. But if this should... All right, let's go to terminal 4. And then let's build VAX. All right. So this should crash, and if it doesn't, something else is wrong. But it is still not done running configure, by the way. But time for it to be Control C. And now we wait for it to Control C. Still waiting for Control C. Still Control C'ing. There we go. That ran for a while. All right, let's see if that does anything. Oh, I should see if there's anyone's subscribed or made a donation. Oh, I read interest servers. Okay, that's fine. Thank you for the donation. I believe I did thank at the time, but just in case I didn't. This should fall over. I appreciate the fact that we don't, we can at least just sit here and let it run. Well, it's booting. And I think this is where it crashes. Yeah, look, because it's trying to bring WS display. I suspect it's going to crash. Well, maybe not. It's still going. Interesting. But it shouldn't actually be trying to attach because it doesn't actually exist. We don't have a frame buffer. So it doesn't crash without that line of code, which is interesting, but it shouldn't be even trying to attach. So, okay, so let's... We basically just want to look at the config data, and if it is OXOO, all right, this is BSD style. The bracket has to go there. All right, let's try that again. Oh yeah, look, it did actually crash. It broke as I expected to. It just took quite a bit longer to do so. So, okay. That's progress. So we know we need to patch this routine here. Boot NetBSD. That's not gonna work. I've never used the Windows storage pool. I've done a lot of Active Directory and Windows Server stuff, but it was mostly network stuff. I've never used the storage. No, that's not true. Sorry, I am using a RAID 0 at the moment on my desktop, but I've never used it in depth. So I don't really know how good it is. At some point, this machine will do something. I think I broke it, chat. Oh, you know what it probably was? I probably tried to printf in early boot, and that causes probably that's probably a bad thing. Although there is a printf here. Yeah, no, it just flat out hung. Oh, it has to equal 0. Okay, hold on. I read the config check the wrong way, although that should not break anything. Like that. Console, if it's equal to 0, and I hate fucking code like this. Console 1 and 1. All conditions have to be 1 for it to actually get there. So you have to be able to and this bit has to be set clear. See, up here, it's reading diagnostic console. Like, is that if statement the wrong way? Is that the problem here? If and... does not equal 0. I didn't write that code, just to make sure. I did not write that code, correct? Yeah, see, I just added a bunch of returns. So if config data does not equal R1 like that... Time to flip the power switch. All right, and that's power switch reset. Come on, boot. Hopefully this one boots. Man, you have to really appreciate how slow this is. Well, it started up. Let's see if it actually does anything. No, it attached the frame buffer, which means it's still going to crash. You know what? Let's see here. So config 0 ADA, if VAX conf data OX100, but it detected the frame buffer. Yeah, because that's what happens when it tries. Like, it's detecting a frame buffer when it shouldn't be detecting a frame buffer. So what's causing those messages to print out? So obviously, I'm assuming the printf just caused something to break. It tries to, so it enables, it hits the LXC int common. Oh, apparently there's device printf. A printf normal. Okay, I guess there is a kernel log thing. So there is a, what is it, device A print normal. God, what a weird. I wonder if setting that printf that early in the boot sequence is what causes bad things to happen. It's just a hunch, but maybe. We do have a self, so we have, what was the name of that function? I mean, this uses printf all over the place, so what is going on here? So if conf data, so if this byte is, which is what the BSD driver does not use graphics console returns. This also has an LCG probe screen. Like, this code's been severely refactored between NetBSD and OpenBSD. So, frame buffer size. So where does that message come out from? Okay, those messages I don't think are coming from this driver. Let me see here. Oh, here it is. Frame buffer size del. So if self is not null, which means it is actually. You know, chat, the fact that that is set is very bizarre. It's like the frame, it thinks there's a frame buffer there. Alright, so you know what, why don't we just go and do what LO Core does, like... So what we do here is what we're checking is... SCI data at 3 equal 1. So it would have to be case 2 to detect if it's a MicroVAX station. So that would be, if case 1 is the MicroVAX, it would have to be case 2 for the VAX station. Am I... pretty sure I'm right about that. So if it's OX2... SIE data 2. Actually, no, hold on now. I want to actually print something out. All right, let's see if that does anything. It uses the same checks, Zarin. It's the SIE register. The only manual I saw that explains it is apparently this explains what the bus of the machine is. There's some pretty, like I said, there's some pretty significant differences in the platform detection, which makes me question whether I'm getting this right or not, but I also don't know what else I can do. Ooh, this is completely locked up. I can't control it. Alright, let me hit the switch. Wait for the power cycle. Okay, boot sys. Okay. Now, the question is, what does it work? I really want to be able to debug this, because if I'm serious and trying to get OpenBSD 6 or later running on VAX, I'm going to need to be able to work with debugging this. I'm just... Okay, so it's still attached. Am I, like... I'm not in the wrong folder. Like, Chad, I feel like I'm losing my mind here. This is actually not the worst development cycle I've ever had to deal with. I have dealt with much worse than this. So, at least that's good. Well, at least I know my code changes are doing something. What did I do wrong? Can I get a backtrace, please? Nope. Trying to backtrace caused it to completely go and bomb out. KSP invalid. What am I doing wrong here? AA console equal LCG address does not equal null. Can I not A print normal here? I mean, it does a print F. Can I just... Chat, am I losing my mind here, or is something not making sense? Like... Nope, it is not having that. It actually needs to be power cycled. Well, ret unconditionally is what I was doing originally. I'm trying to make this code actually be correct. That's why I'm checking with the if statement. Basically, to get this to work, I had to return 0 there, so this should be returning if it's going through the right code path. Okay. It's booting up. It's a frame buffer driver that should not be loading. Oh. That looks correct. That actually looks like that's the right message. Okay. This will probably boot then. Alright, so that... Finally, we are actually making headway on this. So... Realistically, I think it needs to be this, because this code should be equivalent. Yeah, that's still going. Alright, I'm just gonna power cycle it. I'm just thinking, I think on Monday I gotta do, I gotta make a run to the storage unit. I have to put shelving in. It's gonna be one of the next big tasks on moving. This has both been very calming and kind of stressful because, you know, like I'm trying to put a video together while I'm moving, but there's only so much I can actually do per day. Like, I can only load up the car so much. There's a lot of stuff I have to go through, consolidate, go through. It's like, it's hard, man. I haven't packed up a large place in a long time, and realistically, a lot of this is getting junked. But like furniture and stuff. The computers are why I have the storage unit, but a good part of my personal effects are just going, oh well. At least. Okay, that's an improvement. Okay, so that is actually the check that does appear to work correctly for this machine. I am confused on why OpenBSD has such different code, but I also don't know if I care. I'm hoping realistically that they will accept the patch. But there was some conversation about this, so it wasn't like I just didn't get no reply, screw you. All right, so all these unconditional returns we have to return to with actual code. I want to make sure that they're actually needed, and then we will deal with that. So let's deal with LCGCN probe next. So we should just be able to do... You gotta appreciate that I can reiterate on this patch faster than that machine can reboot. I just power cycled it on the console. So let's try the next one. Great Cukes, thank you for the $5 super chat. Oh, also, thank you for subscribing, Like Gray. I hope it's gonna be. I got 1.7k words down. Because at this point, I know what the video endpoint's going to be. I just need to put it together. Also, am I still recording? Like, no, I'm not. I stopped it at some point. I don't know. I really hope the video comes out okay, because it's... I don't really grow my channel that much with streams, although I am seeing some uptrend. Like, you know, I get one or two here. Well, it booted. Okay, that does appear to actually work. I should actually make sure that that patch is valid. That all, like, the problem is I have to check so many different if statements because it wasn't, you know, it's like this is messy code because it has to attach so early in the boot process. It's like I'm not having the most fun of this. It's like if I just to make sure, if I comment you out. Like that. I don't know. I just kind of worry I'm boring people, but I mean, I ran a poll, 300 people voted, and we have 119 concurrent viewers right now. The first stream in the series, which is usually the most popular, got over 200. I mean, it got down to a low of 25, but I was also streaming in the middle of the night on a Wednesday. What should I expect? Like, some streams are just not going to have a lot of people watching, but it goes a long way in actually helping getting the content out there, because the fact of the matter is I probably would have done this regardless. I don't want to be working on this past the weekend. Next week, I just want to be doing video editing, and if I have to boot it up, it's just to get footage. But I'm hoping the streams next week are literally just going to be related to script writing and a bit more. All right, let's see here. Does this actually, like, this should die. At this point, it's also trying to keep it interesting for myself because, you know, I have to sit here and be here for every moment of the stream unless I go out and get lunch while something compiles. Yeah, so, okay, we do in fact need that line of code exactly as it is, or else it just doesn't show the console. Well, chat, we're getting there. Bit by bit. So yeah, we do actually need this one. So these are the ones I know we need. How far back can I go? I also want to figure out where that, like, is that mask bit one come from here? Mask bit? Apparently not. So match, as far as I can tell, what I believe is what it uses to determine if the hardware is or is not present. So you know what? Because I did look at this, and you know, I didn't stub out the match driver last time we looked at it, and I realized I probably should have. Also, this one we can make consistent. I am getting much better at using Vi. Or, well, Vim. If VAX were type... Yeah, hold on. If VA patter is LCG, I have no idea what that means. All right, VAX board config if K848 can't boot without the frame buffer. But I think, OpenBSD defines a board type 45, right? No, it does not actually. But it has the sock type. I just can't type. Yeah, it has the sock type. Do we have that here? I don't think we have that here. Yeah, it does. We don't have it. So it probably, let me see, is there like an S-type 45? There is. Okay. And actually that gets defined in include SID, so that actually, yeah, so the reason it works on OpenBSD is that OpenBSD defines a separate sock type 45. The NetBSD treats this machine as a VAX Station 4000 for all intents and purposes, except for the purpose of the message of the actual LO control message. So the kernel has no idea that KA45 is its own distinct sock. It only really seems to care about the board type, and this is realistically the only place we actually care. This is the argument I'm going to have to make on port VAX of why this patch is correct, so I'm sounding it out here in my head with the idea that chat will stop me if I'm saying something extremely stupid. So if we have match like that, do we still need the other ones? Like, hold on, let's actually test this, because I don't think I did match properly last time. Like, I want to make sure we have the absolute minimum patch we need. You know what? I almost wonder if it's better to clean up the detection code through. Well, no, because you have to be able to return. It's kind of messy. Like, I almost feel like it should be refactored, but I also don't know if I care. And we get nothing but silence. Okay, hold on. Why is it doing that now? Why do I feel like I broke it? Did this code break it? Like... Hey, frame buffer. Really wish I knew what would cause that console nonsense, but I also don't care enough to fix it. Also, if I could type NetBSD, it would be helpful. Well, Chiacon, if that works for you, that's... Like, my very first Unix experiences, I did not start with Linux. I had shell access to IRIX, and then I started with FreeBSD. But NetBSD, I remember spending a few weekends in trying to learn how Pixie worked with it. Because it had the only write-up on what that mystical boot from network thing used to do. Oh, there we go. So if match returns 0, it breaks. The fuck? So if this function returns 0, it breaks. I actually remember trying this, and I don't like. So attach returns, we know that works, but we hit match. And if I put a unconditional return here, it just goes and breaks. Match is what's connected to the device tree. let's see. Hold on. Let's see what the other drivers end up doing, because, like, GM. Okay. I mean, these just return 0. Match, attach, has the strut, and... Well, we can check it. I mean, the easy way to check this is I can go to match. I could put a hard-coded return 0 here, and we can see what happens. Because if that's what I did wrong, then this should now break. So now we're returning 0. That's the only difference. And if it breaks, it breaks. Yeah, well, we understand the difference in conditions. In OpenBSD, there's an additional S type that it doesn't exist in NetBSD. NetBSD only cares about the board type, which is board type 48. OpenBSD goes a step further. It differentiates the processor into a KA45, which is what the firmware reports, as we can see up here. Meanwhile, NetBSD uses the SIE register to determine if it's a MicroVAX, which doesn't look correct, but it looks like this has the register set for frame buffer enabled. I mean, I almost wonder if that's why Ultrix... Okay, so we did put the hard-coded return in, so maybe I did bug it up. And there's no LCG match message anymore. Okay, chat, I'm just going to accept that I bugged that up. I don't know how I bugged it up, just that I bugged it up. So let me get the if statement there. Yeah, it's matches what I believe determines if it exists on NetBSD's internal bus HAL thing. I don't know if there's an actual name for it. And attaches when it tries to initialize it. There's also some special code because this code has to actually run before the kernel is fully up and running, because it's the console. So it has some. I'm going to have to make some more tea here in a moment. LGC is a frame buffer device that exists on a machine that's very similar to this, but not this. I've got a fresh picture of iced tea, and that looks like it's booting. That looks like it's booting. Okay. So if that worked, do I need the other changes I've made to this file? I have a return 0 in IO control. Not this file. Let's see if we can survive without that patch. Because I did a pretty quick and dirty hack job last time I touched this. Yep. Well, it's good. It's always nice to see more people. We're up to 130. That's definitely good. All right, finally. I'm gonna take a 5-minute break here in a bit. It's just, it's warm enough in the apartment I had to turn the air conditioner on. All right, so what's left that I actually have to look at? So there's also one in CN int that I need to remove, but that should handle all, like, if this one still works, and there's just that last one in log CN. CN int, which should now be fine because the probe routine is no longer being run. I don't know why it wasn't working before, but I guess I blotched it. Well, I'm currently rapidly reiterating, because if it gets that far, we know it's good. Okay, that's good. That means I can I think I can remove that last if statement and we have the final version of this patch. So that would get the... We would add an if statement in match, attach, and cn probe, which is for early boot. Alright, it's not perfect, but I think that will do it. Let's actually build this patch, and then let's let the system fully boot up. It's not significantly slower on the hard drive, funny enough. I mean, we installed OpenBSD earlier, so, like, at this point, it's going to be... Are we booted yet? We're not booted yet. I keep having a off by one error. Off by one error right there. Alright, let's see if we can actually boot. And if so, then we should load NeoFetch on this. Alright, chat. If it starts booting, it starts booting, and we're going to let it boot all the way up. It is not, trust me, running NeoFetch on OpenBSD was slow. It was very slow. Although we could probably now run OpenBSD over NFS, so we could compare them. All right, there it goes. NetBSD 10 had a major overhaul to GCC. Some maniac actually overhauled the VAX toolchain. So it's not going to be fast. It's just going to be faster. I'm actually going to sit on the couch for a little bit and take like a 5-minute break just while this boots up. So I'll be back. Look, chat, it booted. Alright, let me find the packages for NetBSD, because there are some. I just have to remember how you do this so we can run NeoFetch. Here we go. Packages. Nope, those are vulnerabilities. NetBSD. VAX. Binary. Nope. I don't remember where the packages are. Here we go. Packages. NetBSD 10. I doubt that many have been compiled. You know, there's been a fair bit of effort to compile some. Oh god, they actually compiled SDL. Chat, if I really want to, I could try and run Doom on it. I almost want to try that just to see how hilariously bad it would be. But I still want to get the base video out. So package IN does not work on doesn't work on VAX. SQLite is broken, likely due to the IEEE numbering differences. It's probably easy enough to fix, but yeah. $25 megahertz VAX. What was the minimum? I thought Doom would run on 25 megahertz 386. Packaging exists but does not work. So, in theory, this system should be faster than a 386. It has enough memory. That FPU scares me. That FPU might do really bad things to Doom. I'm suddenly having a second thought about this. We're just waiting for Bash to install so we can NeoFetch it. It would be Remote X. Yeah, we would have to Remote X. It's the only way. There's no frame buffer. It might be... Well, maybe Wolfenstein would be... You know what? Wolfenstein would probably be playable. I mean, you can almost play it on an Apple IIgs unmodded, and this would run circles around a 2GS. So Wolfenstein 3D, I would assume that there's an SDL port of Wolfenstein. I would have to imagine that this would have enough muscle to do it. Then again, the question is, could you even run NetHack? God, compiling NetHack on this would be... You know, now I have to look. Is there a pre-compiled? There is no source package for NetHack. I am actually curious if this could run Doom. I have to imagine that... I hate that I'm thinking about this. I mean, Wolfenstein should be doable. Granted, I might be better off trying to run Doom on VMS. It might actually be faster. That that is that is probably the single most cursed font that has ever come out of this channel. Okay, we have a bashed out version. Let's grab a NeoFetch. I'm curious to see if it's going to be able to even download this. I mean, I assume it will. Question mark? Hold on. Yes, okay, you can talk to the outside world. Alright, let's see if it can actually download from TLS. Because I tried this earlier and it didn't work. Is it FTP that can do it? It is FTP that can do it. Oh man, chat. I just realized what I'm actually trying to make this. Certificate verify failed. Okay. I believe cert control was set. I remember, like, apparently, like, this is one of the problems that's known with the VAX port. I actually had this problem. You know what? Why don't we grab gget or curl, because if we can grab gget or perl, I know for a fact they have options to override the. Let's try gget. Let's just try gget. No package found for gget. Did I? File unavailable. All right, let's try curl. Okay, so it has a curl. It's probably a good thing that oh god, you know what it was? Package added on OpenBSD checks the signature, as in NetBSD doesn't. It's kind of an ongoing problem that they still don't sign their binary packages. Come on, guys, it's 2024. But yeah. Well, I kind of want to see it download, because in theory it should be able to do it. It's going to be excruciatingly slow, but it should be able to do it. Like, I almost want to run OpenSSL bench on this thing. And I think I will, because this is going to be glorious, is the word I am going to use here. Like, I am trying to think of. I've run Venix and Xenix on an 8088 and a 286. That would have been slower than this, but not by much, because NetBSD 10 is. It has gone. Not that it's gotten bloated, but I mean, you have a lot of modern security things. Like, this has stack smash protection, I believe. This is like running Solaris 10 on an Ultra 10. Like, it is just that level of agonizingly... It's... The fact that it's even able... That there are binaries, like... This is such a thing of beauty and pain at the same time. I mean, you have to appreciate the fact that this works. The only thing I could think that I could potentially run that would be slower would maybe be a Sun 2. That could potentially run NetBSD 10. It's the only thing that I could actually think that would be slower than... I mean, there's probably MicroVAX is slower than this one, although I have been given the impression that this was the bargain basement of the bargain basement. I mean, this is from a time period where people called Emacs bloated. So the thing that completely blew my mind is the fact that someone has created a QBus board that adds USB to this thing. There is a generic USB configuration, and it does work. It's not like the ones you see for the 8088. It's actual USB. It's largely just because NetBSD doesn't make it very hard to do that. It's got a very flexible stack. I'm not convinced that this port is long for the world, but I'm going to enjoy it while it lasts. Although, the fact of the matter is that NetBSD doesn't ship Python and Core, does it? Okay, let's see. I just want to make sure I'm not missing any super chats, because I'm noticing that there's... Okay. Yeah, like, I mean, to fully fix it up, like, and do... like, you could basically run C code, which is both interesting. Like, we could run... I could turn this into a NetHack server. Like, that is completely reasonable. I don't know if it will run more than one session of NetHack, but we could actually run dgame launch on it and turn it in... I was debating turning it into a public server of some type already. Like, putting a little web server on it and having dgame launch and, like, calling it the last VAX on the internet, which it isn't, but I kind of like that. Hey, look, at least the man pages are uncompressed, chat. It means that we could reasonably read them. This is look, life is good right now. We don't have to this is what's gotta be what playing an area restricted old school RuneScape account's gotta be like. You know what? I'm almost want like to do the next stream. I've been in the mood to play old school RuneScape. It's either gonna be that or Factorio. And I have my free-to-play account. The only quest left to do on it is Dragon Slayer. So I'm tempted to do Dragon Slayer, buy a bond, and maybe do agility for a while. After all, 99 wood chopping ain't gonna chop itself. Hey, look, Curl finally downloaded. I could have probably copied the file over 3 times over, but I like watching this go. All right, chat. Let's see if it can actually open a TLS connection. Oh my god, it actually is going. It is actually... That is not fast. I am actually curious how long... Oh wow, it actually did it. It actually did. That is definitely... Well, it can TLS. It's not going to do it very fast, but it is going to do it. Now we have to wait for NeoFetch, chat. Actually, hold on. I want to put a time on this. I want to see exactly how long this takes. I am recording this clip. On OpenBSD, it was funny. I forgot to take a screenshot of it, but someone can get it out of the VOD. So, chat, how goes your day? Look, it started redrawing the... Hey, look, there's the NetBSD flag. Look, you can actually see it drawing in much... That is much faster than OpenBSD. That is much faster than OpenBSD. Because it took us 31 minutes to get this far in OpenBSD. Yeah. Yeah. They'll get there. Oh, I like having the time, but that's we have to do it again for the screenshot. That is... Oh, hold on. Do I have a screenshot? Please tell me I have the OpenBSD one on my clipboard still. Oh, no, I don't. All right, let's actually run it without the time argument because let's get the full effect. That is still about twice as fast as OpenBSD. All right, I'm just checking some things. Slow. Very, very slow. Yeah, it's a Model 40. You're right. It was missing part of its output. That's interesting. Well, we'll see. It may have just been because of time. God, you have to appreciate how painfully slow this is. I don't know how I'm going to show this in the video. Like, oh yeah, you know, it does not do that correctly. It's actually aborting early. Xterm code, no, that's correct. Yeah, so no, it is actually a little bit unhappy. All right, I think we have. Is it OpenSSL speed? There is a benchmark tool on here. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's slow. Chat, we're getting to the point that it's not going to be able to do a hash in 3 seconds. God. Why are we benchmarking a VAX? Bash isn't being killed. We're on the terminal. I mean, it should be fine. SHA 256s. Oh boy. I'm surprised that it hasn't gone single digit yet. But I think we're about to get there. I like that it managed to do 8 SHA 250. I could run pfetch, but it'd probably be much faster. This is, like, just to give some comparison. Just to give you an idea of what it looks like on modern hardware. DES would have been current when this machine was actually new. Oh, God. Alright, so I guess what we should do next is we have to write the email to port VAX. Let me take a little bit of a I'm going to take a 5-minute break because I need to change gears here because now I have to actually go into people writing mode. We're basically just seeing how slow this machine actually is. Alright. I'm going to take a little bit of a break. And then we will write the follow-up to port VAX, which basically talks about what's going on with the LXC driver. And then continue from there. Alright, I'll be back. Alright, chat, I'm back. I'm sorry for stepping away like that, but I do find that if I take the occasional break away from the desk and just sit on the couch and not be at the mic, it actually makes these a lot easier on me, which is why I've been able to stream. I've probably what? I think this is stream number 4, but I had 2 other ones that I'm not actually counting. So the last email I sent, and this is an older version of it, so let's write an extended one. I'll edit it and send it after the stream, but I kind of want to run a Unix bench on it because this is a very slow VAX. I feel like I need to emphasize that more in the script, but let's go one step at a time. So, when we were looking at, I gotta pull up the actual emails. PortVax by date. So if you want to see the current conversation, it's not much of one, but it is here on PortVax. Well, I Control-C'd it, but yeah. Yeah. NetBSD, I mean, the thing that kills NetBSD on VAX is the IEEE, but NetBSD itself, I don't believe requires a floating point unit. Like, a lot of software does, but NetBSD itself doesn't. So, and the toolchain just saw a major overhaul, so it's not in danger of dying, as strange as it may sound. Alright. So there was 2 major things. So the main things from Matthew Green. It has quite a few checks in it. So let's make a point about OpenBSD, because that's I want to say it has a more refined check. Those p-type gets defined. Uh, hold on, I'm getting my streams crossed here. Okay. Conversely, actually sees the system as a KC45. It seems to make a distinction between board type and system type that NetBSD doesn't. This is arguably I'm actually gonna have to pull up the driver source code here. I really hope someone has put this. Apparently not. It'd be nice if... I know the source code's been imported, but the OpenBSD source package does not actually have the tags from CVS, so it's like... I guess it would be, you know, hold on. I could find it in the attic. I could find it in the OpenBSD CVS attic, because it shouldn't be that hard to find. Because CVS is not particularly intelligent. It kind of works. Please tell me they have a web CVS. Please tell me they have a web CVS. Like, this was the thing. Yeah, here it is, CVS web. Okay, we want to go into source. We want to go into sys, arch, vax. You really have to appreciate... surprisingly, it doesn't look like it's actually been deleted. I would have to actually check out the source code and, like, you know, see what it actually is. Oh no, it does say in the attic. Okay, so LGC... You know, it really doesn't look like it would be that hard. I'm looking at Theo's commit message right now. I'm getting the exact link. I really wonder how hard it would be to build a later OpenBSD version. All right, so here's the actual driver. All right, so here's file removed. So we want to go here to this revision. So, and I'll check this in chat. It's not a real CRT. It's a cool retro term. for S-Type 48 versus S-Type 40 in LXC match there that we can't directly that has no direct analog in the current VAX port. I should actually look at that because we I should actually be able to justify that better. I always hate, like, I feel like going onto any mailing list, I feel like I'm writing a fucking dissertation. Unless you've been there for, like, a long time. Like, on the... Sorry, I feel like I'm just bitching today. So that handles what OpenBSD's behavior on LXC.G on VAX is. What was the other reply? Because I'm just going to summarize them. So Greg Stark's response was a VS for foul. I mean, my understanding is that the VAX stations all. My understanding was that if it was a VAX station, it would be a frame buffer. It would have a frame buffer. Which some parts of the code read to see if they're, see if we are on the diagnostic port, but ooh, alright, so that's the two, maybe, that said, Conf data at. I mean, I could look. You know, I can. You know what? Let me look in SimH. SimH might actually have some. Because if I look at the emulator. Yeah, you know what? Let me look at the actual SimH emulator because that might actually have some hints at what I am looking at. Is true or false. Like, let me pull this up in GitHub and let me take a look. Yeah, I want VAX. I mean, we could even actually, the GPX hardware is actually emulated. I'm looking at the source code to it right now. The LCG hardware is not, but we could actually see it run with a frame buffer if we really, really, really wanted to check the frame buffer code. Because I have this feeling that this frame buffer code hasn't seen the light of day in a very long time. I'm just thumbing through this really quickly. I don't think VaxConf is a register. I think it's a memory location. Yeah, I gotta grab the source code. I have to grab this. I have to actually pull this repo. Actually, do I have it here on Skywalker? I do have it there on Skywalker. Okay, well, that helps. Alright, let's see here. Like, maybe we're going to get lucky and... Yeah, I didn't think we were going to get that lucky. Is there a KA45 file in here? 48, which would be the it would be the big brother. VAX. You know, I feel like I'm going overkill here. Oh, it did actually finish that. Okay. Alright, I mean, the 45 came literally, no hardware present. The KA45, I mean... Uses the first 2 bytes of the SA register to determine if it's a VAX station versus MicroVAX. So let me grab the current patch as it is right now. Actually, I need to git diff current patch. Okay. How do I read in the file with Vim? Vim, read in file, read file contents. Okay, so it's R like that. I mean, that looks... I think that looks good. You know, I should probably fix that so it's consistent. Yeah, screw it. Yeah, hold on. I can fix it here. You know, this is the type of thing I could easily screw up, undo. Like, let's not... Oh, how do I undo? Redo, Control R. There we go. Alright. So we want that. Let's fix the patch. Like, let's not be lazy. Let's just fix the patch. To have the right formatting. Longer discussion, explicit check. You know, I should look at what the other drivers do more before I actually say that. Like, am I actually confident in saying to people who have probably worked on this port for longer than I've been alive? Well, not that long, but... like, that's reading a config variable there. And it's reading a config variable there. So if we take a bit of a longer look... let's see here. So does this what is this config vid op? Okay, here we go. So, okay, so every machine has a... Okay, so hold on. This file should have what the config test register is. But it doesn't. Like, this looks like this was basically this code... Look, here's what it says. KA48 VS4000 VLC specific definitions incomplete. Okay, so you know what? This port was probably reverse engineered from VMS. We know that Ultrix doesn't work on this box, and DEC probably never supported it. Oh, someone super chatted. Oh, thank you, Don Etris, for the for gifting the membership. And thank you, Eggmane, for becoming a member. Okay, I gotta think on this one. Let's see if OpenBSD has like a more complete definition of this platform. They apparently have information on it. They have absolutely nothing of use here. They have absolutely fucking jack shit. Fuck. Okay. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Egg Mame. Yeah, it's definitely getting there. I just realized the donation thing is a little bit low. They can probe, but Alexi just attaches YOLO style. Attaches blindly. No, I don't want to go that far. I mean, Chad, how's that sound? I mean, I think it's a pretty good technical breakdown of where it is. You know, I wonder if, you know, hold on, I want to take a brief detour from this because, you know, it was mentioned that Ultrix doesn't work on the, you know, that Ultrix apparently would not work on this system. So I am curious, like, if we take a look here, because we actually have source code for a lot of these drivers. Yeah, there is no KA45 here. Let me see here. If we do NM60L. That's a lot of symbols. Like, that's a lot of code in a single file. I assume there was partial source code to Ultrix was made available. Do I possibly have this source code? I have the header files for this source code. Because, like I said, this is Ultrix. It's... Oh, well, that's not going to work. I wonder how hard it would be to convince Ultrix to actually build on this. Assuming I actually have a file I can, like, code in. Yeah, find doesn't seem to work. Can I do... If I go into VM, VAX... The reason I'm just a little bit curious, because, like, I just need a break before I look back at that email again. Yeah, so this is what gets shipped as binary objects. Yeah, no, there's no KA45 here. God, I actually, like, I'm really curious. It doesn't look like you really need all that much to make this go. I almost wonder if they made the source code available to this driver in, hold on, let me see what symbols it's defining, because honestly, this might be a weird and interesting project to actually try and make Ultrix go, although I would need, I suspect the reason why it doesn't boot is I'd have to patch the net bootloader. It probably is missing a config check, although maybe not. I mean, it might actually be possible to start Ultrix from the NetBSD bootloader. The problem is that to start the boot VMS, I would have to install VMS, I'd have to set up all of DECnet, and then I'd have to set up a MOP server. That is like trying to negotiate. That is like trying to read a technical specification written in Quebec, in technical specification written in French when you don't speak French and you maybe understand a little bit of Latin and Spanish. That's how I feel about trying to do that with VMS right about now. Although the idea of getting Ultrix to run on this is such an amusing image in my brain. I'm curious, like, if I want to have it define a symbol, so I just want to look at the ones that, so I want to look at T, because it means that it's what's tagged. So, like, if I want to do KO60T, like, chat, that's not a lot of code. Like, if I, you know, if I Google this, is this code the same code that's in... There's a reason I'm checking this, because The BSD code in general had a lot of this sort of stuff in it, so it's why I'm a little bit wondering if I could convince Ultrix to run on this box, which I think would be really kind of cool. I don't know if it would or would not be possible. Google isn't seeing a match for any of this, so probably without a reference driver, which might still exist. So, like I said, DEC made the source code to Ultrix available in the places that were not based on the AT&T source code. That's why their source code is incomplete, but DEC did make it available. So that's a distinct maybe at some point in the future. Free 4 would not. It might be conceivable to get NetBSD 4 going. I think that if I'm really going to try this, the goal would be to try and run Mach 86, because Mach 86 supports the network driver that this machine has, and it supports diskless operation, which means I don't have to write a hard drive driver, which means I don't have to write a SCSI stack. It's the best chance of running actual for free without running for free itself. For free itself, I'd have to... Well, if I could get Mach going, I could at least develop for free on 4.3, which would be a lot less pain. Although I could also conceivably run for free in a Chroot on NFS. So I guess... pick your poison? I don't know. Chad, I got distracted. So Ultrix does not have support for KA45. I mean, this should not, like, be surprising to anyone. It would be feasible to do that, but I'd have to generate license packs. I can't... the problem is that OpenVMS has some really irritating copy protection. I would have to create there are ways to do it. It's just really hard because you cannot initialize the network without it being licensed, which means I can't net start the actual machine. Like, I don't know the first thing about VMS. I've never touched it. So, and there's other reasons why I'm not quite ready to jump into this one just yet. The licensing for hobbyists is not available for VAX. It's also explicitly non-commercial, although arguably the machine is not being used for commercial usage. It really but it's like, I don't... Like, I've looked at the text of it again, and it's like... Okay, question mark? Because it's written in such a way that I can't figure out if I could make a YouTube video while using the hobbyist license. And it's like, I don't want to make a video just to risk it being taken down. That being said, I could realistically run the VAX versions of VMS. You can't get a license for, period. So I feel less bad about it. Yeah, I mean, it is like, at this point, I still want to get BSD going on it. I haven't decided. I'm more interested in Unix, but I also know that there's people who want to see VMS. What I'll probably end up doing is putting it as a poll for Patreons. That is probably the simple, best option. because patrons could decide, because I don't know how much I really want to run OpenVMS. Like, I gotta think about that one. Let me phrase that. I am interested in running OpenVMS. I just... there's a can of worms attached that I don't know how much I really want to deal with. I should do that properly. Yeah, screw it. It doesn't actually matter. I'll just delete this. Screw it. I'll just fix it properly and do it. Because, you know, it's like, I should not be... Alright, I will probably send this a little bit later. I just... Yeah, I'm just going to do the... I will... The emails are in. I think, honestly, I'm happy with this email as is. I just want to sit on it a little bit just because I want to make sure there's nothing else I want to add later. It's like, why make more noise in the mailing list than need be? You know what? Hold on. Let me copy this over a terminal. Because I want this basically... Can I get into Gmail? Yeah, no, I'll deal with this later. Patch makes LCG consistent with how we detect MicroVAX versus VAX and LC core, LO-core.c. OpenBSD has a different approach to this problem, but that's a longer discussion. Matthew Green brought up OpenBSD's LCG.c on VAX. Spent a few hours going through this and getting OpenBSD 5.87 working. I can confirm that its LCG driver does not misbehave, but there's some differences in how OpenBSD and NetBSD do platform protection on VAX. On NetBSD, this MicroVAX is treated as a KA48, even though the firmware says it's a KA45, and thus board type 48 gets defined. OpenBSD conversely actually sees the system as a KA45. It seems to make a distinction between board type and system type that NetBSD doesn't. There's explicit check for S-type 48 and LCG match, which has no direct analog in the current VAX port. We can see this in OpenBSD's KA48.c, that in KA48conf we have determination for S-type 4548 is made. This is made by the CPU S-type variable, which we don't have, blah, blah, blah. I could write a patch to add it. Do we really care beyond this case and getting demessage to say a KA45 is a KA45? VMS was very much designed with interactive use in mind. It's much more like Unix in that regard. It's not like mainframes, which were basically designed as to be operated as asynchronously as is humanly possible. I think that basically covers it for now. Let me take a little bit of a... I'm going to take a brief siesta. You know what? We'll put DNet C back. We'll put DNet C up for now. We will let it crunch. We are going to make that CPU a bit hot. I want to do definitely some more writing, but at the moment, I think I gotta think about where we're going next, and I think it's going to be working on the I mean, I could see going into VMS. I have to think about that one. I'm not even sure what versions of VMS that will run on this. It probably will only run 8.1, which was the last release. Okay. God, my stream delay is stream delayed. Yeah, I am seeing a 20-minute stream delay on my panel. Let me smack that and get it a little bit more in the present. There we go. 2 new members. That is definitely a win. Alright. Let me take a brief break, because at this point, I think we're going to be going to script writing next. I don't think there's anything else I need to cover here, so I might as well use what time I am going to dedicate to this, because I really don't want to be doing more footage past this Sunday, at least without getting a video out. I may live stream myself actually putting this video together. I haven't decided if I'm actually going to do that, and there's some logistical pain in actually doing that. So, oh, did it actually lose its progress? That is depressing. I had this actually crunching for 3 days. It got to about 50%, but it looks like it's gone back to 1. It crashed out, so it did not complete the unit, and it doesn't look like it was able to write out its buffer file. That's a little sad. It's got an estimated 8 days to actually crunch the oh, so it would be 7. Okay. So it would be probably 7.1 would be the last one that would work. I'd probably have to install it. Well, I'd have to install in SimH no matter what, but I'd have to learn how to even use it. And that's a bit of an ask. But yeah, let me take a brief break. All right, chat. I am surprisingly tired. I don't know. I woke up at like 10 p.m. yesterday, so that actually makes sense. Sorry, I'm just looking at chat and just, let's see here. So we tested OpenBSD VAX. We isolated the, I shouldn't say killer poke, but we at least now understand the failure mode. We have the email RIN. We understand the difference between OpenBSD. Like this has been a successful stream. This has actually been a successful stream. Okay, fair enough. I'll trust your judgment. I just oh, yeah, okay, yeah, fair enough. I just realized. Anyway. So the email's written. So I guess the next thing I want to work on would be the script. I'm just like, let me grab the current version of it. I don't remember if I put my I should have put my, no, I did put my SSH keys here. So, I actually moved all my current writings to GitHub. I'm just figuring out the easiest way to, and that includes things like scripts and such. I guess I could just check. Yeah, I'll just pull this one file out. I guess I could check this out. Like, there's nothing in here that's private. But at this moment, I'm just... Oh, man, chat, I am... I might actually end up calling it early. I say early, but... Let me just, I want to read through, let me read through my script right now, because I want to see how much I actually have to edit it versus right now, because I have learned some things on this. This is me talking about mopd, sense of time fiddling, absolutely correct. let me actually get the script up on here. I probably should do a read through of it as of right now, but why is this being... So we'll come back to this. Over here we have the second script draft. So like I said, I worked a lot about this between streams. Oh look, the syntax highlighting works. But there's definitely some things that could definitely be changed. And I probably should... like... here we go. Like, I have a whole lot of parts that are just... I don't want to say like just various takes and stuff. So it's not as much as this file is what it actually is. This is just what my script files normally look like. And I've made these available to Patreons in the past. I haven't been doing so recently because honestly, I don't think anyone actually cares. I guess because all we need to add here about talking about Ultrix is I need to add a little bit. I need to add a little bit more information here. Also, I want to make sure I'm not recording. Not because I care about recording. It's just like I don't need this for the actual video. Let me save some disk space. So we talk about, I mean, I could do a read through. Actually, you know, maybe I should. Like, let me see how I feel about the beginning of this, because my mood on this can change from day to day. This is NetBSD 10. This is a modern and well-maintained operating system that just had its most recent release in 2024. I call it a modern version of Unix, but it was not created in the Murray Hill region of New Jersey. I can only call it a sparkling Unix-like. It is booting up on a 25 MHz DEC MicroVAX 3140 that was officially released in 1993, but has the performance and specifications of a 1980s Vaxxon. This machine takes anywhere between 10 to 15 minutes to boot up on a good day, and your host and commander has been spending the last month getting it running with nothing more than a mop, a bucket, and some soap. Oh, that, like... Chat... Am I hitting the right vibe? Complicating this project is that unlike every other thing I've ever posted to this channel, this MicroVAX is in the snowy reaches of Canada! It's owned by Black Coffee Drinker, one of my Discord mods, who specifically bought it for the purpose of watching me suffer. This machine is my personal sin for having mentioned in earshot that I have some interest in both running NetBSD and checking out DEC's VAX architecture. My mission, which I had inadvertently accepted, was to get this MicroVAX booting off the network, dump its hard drives, and then see if we could actually get NetBSD 10 fully functional. Yes, there was an actual joke with the the wordplay is designed to be subtle and get you on the second go around. I think the title of this video is it's on a 25 megahertz. in his early explorations of the machine, BCD had experimented with trying to get the machine to netboot off a Linux host server. He managed to get NetBSD 1.5.1 to start once, but was unable to reproduce the result. We also knew the machine had a 4 gig SCSI hard drive with unknown contents. Not long after making this statement, a set of access credentials arrived, and my hell began. I don't know, like, part of me wonders if I should really be doing this in a live stream. It's like, am I taking all the suspense and mystery out? But realistically, my streams get a fraction of the views the actual videos do, and I want to hope that the hype train has been building. I really want to hope that. I don't know if it's realistic, because actually the first stream I got over 200. This one I've got... We topped out, I think, at 120. Let me look here. Yeah, it looks like we topped out around... We got up to 140 briefly, but we topped out about 120. I mean, I gotta be honest, is it unusual that I have 110 concurrent viewers on 40k subscribers? Like, I don't watch streams, actually. I watched a fair number when I was at Mixer, because I worked at Mixer. But, actually, no, I am net negative 1 subscriber today. Apparently someone didn't like me. Yeah, I've lost 2 today. Maybe the Google has managed to find the AI bots. That's my theory. Fortunately, I'm not alone in this quest. This is my mop and bucket, and oh god, I just heard that in the voice of Elmer Fudd. I literally just sat here and I heard it in the voice of Elmer fucking Fudd. This is my sword and magic helmet. This is my mop and bucket. I chat. I almost wonder I should put the pun in. I'm really trying not to crack up here. It's not even that funny. Duck season, rabbit season, duck season, fire! Oh god, I actually feel like I'm channeling Daffy Duck right now. Fortunately, I'm not alone in this quest. NetBSD, unlike many other things I've made videos on, has both documentation and source code. More importantly, NetBSD has long maintained a very useful document talking about diskless booting on pretty much every machine in existence. If you want to know how to run NetBSD on a PowerMac G5 with a PA RISC host machine running HP Unix 8, this doc has you covered. It's here where we get to the first introduction to MOP, or DEX Maintenance and Operations Protocol, and oh boy, it's a beast. This protocol predates TCP/IP and ARPANET. It's a layer 2 protocol that can best be described as magic. It's also magic that was implemented in NetBSD in what appears to be reverse engineering. Okay, that sentence needs to be reworked. That sentence, the grammar, my grammar quits halfway through that sentence. You know, I can actually just delete that entire sentence, and we can just go right into DEX MOP protocol. Oh, chat, why can I not remember how to go to the start of the line? It's carrot. I am... DexMop protocol is much more akin to a remote debugger than say modern program. Ripple. Whenever Vaxxon tries to boot off the network, it starts looking for a MOP server. That MOP server has responsible... it's like... I'm not going to film additional footage from this. I'm only going to do like small animations because, or fade in, fade outs for stills because I always do that. First looking for a MOP server, that MOP server. Like, am I going into too much detail? When any Vaxxon tries to boot off the network, it starts looking for a MOP server. That MOP server has the responsibility of writing the first stage bootloader into the VAX's memory and then jumping to it. This also involves calculating load addresses and more, and the NetBSD MOPD has certain code that runs on certain VAX models, but not others. If this sounds like undebuggable spaghetti, you're absolutely correct. Let's see. I should be using the export of MOPD. Like, I don't know how I want to really bring up the fact that there may be problems with the Linux MOP loader, because I, technically speaking, have not eliminated that as a variable. But do I really fucking care? Like, how many people are actually going... Like, I have to be realistic. Like, I cannot be this pedantic about my fucking videos. I shouldn't be. You know, I do say, was the mopd server working? Like, if we break these down with, like, a pause. I spent some time, for example. So, like, this needs to be, like, a for example. And then we do this. And then we... I already had a joke about, you know, I can just leave it right there. Like, I don't need to go into, like, this is just too much detail. I spent some time fiddling at it, but there were simply too many possibilities. And you know, I'm going to use a clip of Factorio for this. I've used Minecraft in the past. I think it would be funny. I probably won't go with that line, but I just need to get it out of my head. Alright, let me actually be more serious about that than just saying this was doomed to failure from the get-go. Since DEC didn't support machines this pathetic, since DEC only only officially supported VMS on machines with this little horsepower. However, just like let's see here, I'm like I can't quite get the joke out I'm looking for. Yeah, I mean, we are talking about VMS. The Linux port of NetBSD BombD has a README file for starting Ultrix. Let's say focused. I mean, I could also put this. What I didn't know at the time is that Ultrix actually requires a machine that has some horsepower. It doesn't have... Alright. This venture was basically doomed to failure, but at least led to our first breakthrough. The next obvious factor was trying to replacing Mopti with something more official. I actually think I'm going to cut a lot of this out. I do kind of want to cover Ultrix at some point, but like, the fact of the matter is you're not going to cover everything. Let's yank this block, because at this point I just don't like this section. Thought is if Mopti could start Ultrix, then presumably Ultrix could start Ultrix over the network. This requires setting up diskless management services and requires knowing more about BSD disk label partitioning than the doctor recommended dose. This is made all the worse since I went through this. Yeah. In the end, I discovered that it is possible to, in the end, unaware that Ultrix would never work, I think I just started trying things in desperation. I ended up putting NetBSD 10's mop loader on Ultrix's mop mom, and then typed boot ESA 0 on the VAX. How do I want to word this? Basically, to the point, I needed to install Ultrix to get the individual components I needed for MopD. You know, I'm going to make this joke funny. I'm just going to basically fast forward through the whole thing. And we're just going to basically just speedrun this. So I did. Having now assembled the mythical components needed to potentially now having climbed this cliff of net booting pain, it certainly was all worth it, right? Well, kinda. Ultrix via mop. Next obvious factor was to try replacing mopd with something more official. If the unofficial mopd git repo for Linux could start Ultrix, then presumably Ultrix could start Ultrix. That way, everything in the stack would be deck tested, deck approved. Just actually doing this is quite painful. So, setting up Ultrix with its I feel like I gotta move the punch line here. Since they have no reason. And of course. It's Golden Child VMS so perfect as to never require them. It also doesn't help that I don't think DEC believed in debug messages since its golden child VMS was so perfect as to never require them. Is that a fair assessment of VMS? You should be able to emulate a MicroVAX on an ESP32. Back in the day, someone emulated a PDP-11 on a Game Boy Advance, and realistically, they could have done a VAX instead. Yeah, I definitely think Ultrix needs to be... maybe if we can get it running on real hardware. Otherwise, I'll do it in emulation. Fun. Continued down. YOLO debugging. However, sometimes you get lucky. I am really getting quite good at Vim, you know, like trimming with Vim. It's like I'm almost ready to start using Ed. Alright, I'm feeling a lot better about this, like, this entire section. I wasn't super happy with it when I finished it off. Like, this was the part I was writing when I was offline. Yesterday, I basically just sat with my text editor. It's like, I'm sitting in and just cranked on this, because I felt like shit, but it's like, I didn't really want to put the stream up to do another script writing session. I'm trying to get past that, where... Oh god, I've been streaming for 8 hours. Let me catch up with chat. Okay, so nothing new is actually happening there. Let's see, 94 viewers. And... I'm just kind of sitting here mulling what comes next. I'm just a little bit irkadark. So this is the part where we talk about what the actual hardware is. And I didn't really like this part. I basically go for 3 paragraphs about how it's just an empty scratch drive, and I think I need to strike this, but I need to figure out what I actually want to say here. Part of a larger VMS cluster. Part of a larger VMS cluster. I guess, although I'm not, it may have been used. And may have been used to provide terminal services for a small office or a bridge. Small office environment with a handful of users. However, nothing's stopping from installing one. After all, it's not like this machine is ever going to see. No, let's not jinx that. Let's definitely just not jinx that. Alright, I think we're definitely losing people at this point, but, because we're down to 85 viewers. At this point, I'm mostly being silent. I wonder if we should, I might as well just leave it up. Like, yeah, I'm losing viewers, but you know what? Who cares? It's at 85 concurrent. We're at 2,000 views and average year duration of 25. Like, if I pull up my analytics, does it show how many watch hours I'm at? No, I don't think so. I'd have to, I'd actually have to shut the stream down to see that. Oh well. Oh yeah, no, it does actually show it. Well, the analytics say that the studio says I've got 776, but it'll probably recalculate to that. I ate something around 8 a.m. and I hit the there's a few places to eat around here that are open late, so I grabbed something when I got up and I checked the car. I like how that reads a lot better. Patience is a virtue on these kinds of projects, especially when it turns out you've been spending 16 hours on dumping a scratch drive. So I think I need to now have a better segue into how NetBSD was broken. I want I've got the window open here, and it's a nice cool breeze. Like, it's a little bit too cool here to actually go outside, but I'm enjoying it right here. Like, I've got I don't have much of a view in my living room. It's I just don't. Like, I can only just barely see the sky, but I have lots of gray light. I can hear birds chirping, and I've got fresh, cool air. It's probably about 50 degrees. Like, I'm actually chilled, but it's very, like, nice. Yeah, Canadian shorts weather is probably a good descriptor of this. Like, this is Rochester shorts weather, and that's basically the same climate. So yeah, I kind of want to change this transition point right here where we get to it's being a VAX cluster. It's like, how long do I want to make this video? I really, like, I don't want to make this a long production cycle. Like, I'm probably about 100 hours in. Maybe more than that to get this far. And it's going to be like a fucking 20-minute video. And it's like, I don't want to, like, I need to keep this return of investment, like, reasonable. Which is why I'm basically grinding out the video as quickly as I can. Because I can't let this just drag on like some of my other projects have. I'll either never finish it, or it will just become this behemoth that I never ship. So we basically have... So we can basically just call this section the disk dump, because that's basically what... Because now we've got... I've got to think about what I actually want to say here, because there's a lot of nitty-gritty details that, let's be honest, only the people watching these streams are really going to care about. Like, most people are not going to care about the intricate details of building NetBSD, and this VOD's going to be available. I don't have great time-lapse video of all this, but I will try. Like, I'll see what I can actually manage. Yeah, but I don't even know what I want to say. It's like, I've got Road to NetBSD 10, Debugging, OpenBSD, the road forward. I guess that kind of like, you know what, now let me change that to what's next. But I'll be running the latest and greatest on hardware too anemic to appreciate it. Mock code for quite a few people that NetBSD a few people that NetBSD that they were able to boot BSD 10's install CD without issue. It was possible, although possible, that if I could simply install NetBSD 10, it might just all would at least help me understand just what's going on. I probably should mention mop copy here. You know what? I'll do that in the visuals. It doesn't need to be in the dialogue, but I should mention it on screen that you have to run it from mop copy. I think we're starting to lose Europe, which is why the stream numbers are going down. Although, like I said, I think we've basically reached the end of, like, quote-unquote content. So if you're watching past this point, you're really just helping with ad revenue, which I appreciate. And let's be honest, it's nice to have people in the chat active. It's much less lonely. Let's see, I'm just looking at how's YouTube pushing this out. Yeah, it's mostly just browse, and it's only very few people are actually, like, getting impressions of this. 20.9k impressions. Like, what is it giving for my other streams? Huh, okay. I guess that's, it's actually higher than average, so, you know, that's not too bad. Sorry, impression means that it shows up on the YouTube page somewhere. If you're watching the stream, it means that an impression, you know, whenever you pull up a YouTube, you know, like the main page, you might see the same video offered several times until you sit down and actually watch it. Every time it shows up, it's an individual impression. Yep. We've got it running. We at least now understand the problem, and we have run OpenBSD on it, which was hilariously glacier. Do I have something interesting running on this? Oh, it is actually going. You know what? Should I let it run? Should I let it compile Bash in the background? Because Bash might actually finish sometime today. Like, I'm actually curious on how long Bash would take to compile, and it's a good test. Because I don't think we're going to do anything else with the system today. I should probably set up distcc. I could quite speed up compiling quite a bit with that, and I should probably do that for trying to fix package source. Like, I feel like I should set an actual target for NetBSD, and thank you, Michael Ross, for becoming a Seeker supporter. Every little bit makes keeping the channel going that much more viable. Also consider supporting the channel on Patreon or or on Coffee. I'm going to take a brief break because I want to gather my thoughts and think about, like, where we're going here. I'll leave the configure running while it goes. I should have had it cache, actually. You can, in fact, do that, but I need to put some thought into this because I have to describe a very subtle technical issue that doesn't make a lot of sense unless you know the actual problem at the end. Like, because what we got was a very unintuitive bug behavior. We can cross-compile, but it doesn't help as much as you'd think. Like, you still have to run configure unless we cross-compiled the whole thing. But if I ran package source, I can't cross-compile package source. I have to run it on the VAX. But if I ran distcc and had it run GCC elsewhere, it would at least be less Glacier. I've done it. It's not fun, but it's not horrible either. It really comes down to glue. I'm going to stretch my legs, and then I will figure out what I want to write next. I'll be back slightly in a bit. Alright, I'm back. I'm just... I might just call it. This was productive. Let me move the mic so you can hear the keyboard sounds a little better. Surely I can install it. Install kernel. Install CD. And can also use however, decided just as a matter of course, also, I was live on stream demonstrating chat what happens when we try. Much to my surprise, we got I started getting copyright messages. Thanks, Nico. I got really low. I have to assume that there. I know iSpell exists, but I gotta tell you, I've really been like, and this is me being very serious. It's like I really have found that using a text console like this has been nice. I've been using VS Code over Google Docs as of late. Like I moved all my writing. I moved my new writings over to GitHub, and I'm just using VS Code and Markdown. At some point, I will take all my old writings and put them in Git, but that is going to be a project. I don't know. It's like there used to be an era where you sat down the computer, you did your task, and then you got up and you left. And now I just feel like I'm on the computer omnipresent. At least if I'm live streaming, I'm not like just watching YouTube, which is... It's like... I don't want to think of how many hours of my life YouTube has sucked away, but I also, it's like, aren't I perpetuating the cycle by having people watch me do it? But, I mean, what choice do I have? It's like, I feel you're basically damned if, you know, one of the things that was so soul-crushing at Canonical was I worked on a lot of projects to integrate development boards that ultimately never had a product built around them. So it was... It's extremely demoralizing to be attached to projects that never ship because... you know, the supported platforms don't last more than 6 months. It was not fun. Like, I don't know how long NetBSD VAX is going to stick around. For all I know, it will last longer than I will. I mean, they actually have the automated test working on it. Apparently, there's only 800 failures. A lot of those is due to the non-standard IEEE. I don't know how long of it, and the fact of the matter is someone might actually just figure out a way around the problem. I mean, if you're so determined to run NetBSD VAX, you could potentially soft float it. Like, how do I want to put this? Retro game, you know, like, that, what you describe is why I don't watch too many LGR videos. I mean, I've watched a lot of LGR, and he does get a lot of, like, I've probably watched the Adlib Gold video a couple dozen times at this point. What it really comes down to is the biggest motivation I have is that I did sit down and do the math, and realistically, if I can double my YouTube income to twice of what it currently is, which is about $10,000 a year, I'm getting to the point that I could realistically live off that as long as once I leave Jersey City. And that's a lot of motivation for me to keep going. Like, I hate to say that money is what's keeping me as active on YouTube. It played a part. Because while parts of this channel have been a passion project, it's also been, I really want to have some sort of financial independence in my life. Because it really sucks not to have that. Here. Yeah, Vax, I suspect Bash will probably... I'm guessing it's going to take anywhere between 4 to 8 hours, is my guess. like, my original plan was to self-host NetBSD VAX on this and live stream it for literal months. I'm not even convinced that it would finish. I mean, this is not a fast machine, but there's also a part of me that's really tempted just to kind of YOLO it. Yeah, I know that, and let me put it like this: the having financial independence in my life again, and this time, not with the other downsides from when I've had it in the past, because I was financially independent when I was working. But not without the, shall we say, other drama and baggage that has long persisted in my life. That, where's my lighter? I have incense cones that I want to light. Where is my lighter? Yes, I just completely like. Hold on, let me just check the kitchen to see if I put it there. It's the only other place I could think I would put it. Let me just check my desk again. I don't know. Fire. I have found fire. Sometimes getting used to light is really annoying, but I really would appreciate the smoke right now. I usually use the stick ones, but I had a whole bunch of cone ones that I'm not sure where they came from, but I'm happy I have them. There we go. Oh, no, the mic isn't low. It was facing the keyboard. It was facing the keyboard. Sorry about that. Start to the installer. Disk partitioning. The downloading. Downloaded, extracted. Extracted. Install itself. Yeah, I'm sure. I have the packaging right here. I know what they are, and it smells like lavender, so I'm assuming it's lavender. Yeah. Like they were sealed. Extracted itself. Myself. Streaming on. Boot DK 100. However, so I think that basically is a pretty good lead-in to Alright, so now I need to talk about the difference between generic and install. But what do I actually say, right, do? operations. No, that doesn't work because I've already implied that. Okay. I've already implied the actual difference, but in case it's not obvious, when NetBSD is installed, it uses special install configuration instead. This install configuration disables unneeded devices and also integrates a small RAM disk, which includes the installer and all necessary utilities. How do I introduce the concept of kernel configurations? Like, most users are going to have no idea on what that means. Oh, man, chat. I just realized I have a migraine aura flaring. I might actually end this soon because if this is if I have a full-blown migraine, I'm just going to be an unhappy camper. Fortunately for me, to acetaminophen and migraine be gone. But I just realized I haven't. This is. Okay. That's better. I do kind of want to live stream tomorrow. I just have no idea what I want to do because at this point, I don't want to do script writing on stream for every stream. Maybe I'll do Factorio or NetHack. God, I wonder if we could even run NetHack on this. I really need to just get the script finished. I think that's what it boils down to. I just have to decide what I would want to do for a stream if I stream on Sunday, and I don't think I want to do something VAX related, but I need to think about it. You know, that's not a bad way to describe it, Anthony. I'm just that honestly sounds like a very Matt KC explanation, but you know, that's not a bad energy to channel here. Kernels and kernel configuration of the operating system. Load. Unlike Windows, Unix operating systems, as well as Unix likes, both Unix. I don't know how I want to describe this. Computer. It's the main block of code that's basically responsible for bringing out of reset and providing services like console sound, console, file system, networking, more. Normally, when I do for running the system normally, or in the user mode, NetBSD provides a generic kernel, which should work on any hardware and gets installed by default. It's also used when performing diskless installs. Or Unix talk, and gets installed by default. It's also used when performing diskless when running the system as root. However, it isn't used when installing. That's the instead a second build NetBSD kernel with different configuration options is used instead. I'm glad you had a good night of peace, D. Carmack. Yeah, trust me, I get it. I really do get the loneliness. Thankfully, I've been blessed with having people in my life. But life of a sleep disorder means you're alone 9 to 5. You're alone most of the time simply because you're not awake. I think we can handle that with just a visual. I don't have to mention it like that. Earlier. I've been really impressed with NetBSD overall. Like, I haven't actually run FreeBSD all that much, but the few times I have loaded up from time to time in a VM, and I don't know why, but I just feel meh when I run it. Aside from the fact that Jack was buying very early. Like, I don't know how much detail to go into here, because we're talking about deep debugging foo, and I don't know how much most people are going to even care. Let's see, how far have we actually gone? We've gone... I mean, we've added a decent chunk to this. Like, I'm actually pretty happy with this amount of progress. I want to get more down, but, like... I don't know, I've probably been script editing for about 2 hours at this point. possible. How do I introduce a driver on a piece of hardware that I don't even have? Like, do I just want to gloss over for the entire debugging session? Let's see here. Well, let's see. This MicroVAX, however, doesn't have a frame buffer or any graphics hardware whatsoever. In deck terminology, micro. Including the VAX station. So. I just realized the air conditioner in my bedroom is going, and it's like, oh joy. I probably should go turn that off. The Amber CRT is cool retro term. It's not an actual CRT. This is connected over serial. But yeah. Yeah, I got to. I'll be back in a moment. Actually, no, I do actually want that on because that room gets so stupidly hot, and I'm probably gonna lie down here. Like, screw it. Let me go see what that room looks like. I'm back. Pistachio and white chocolate ice cream sounds so amazing right now. Like, I'm just like, I'm sitting here, it's like, oh, that just sounds delicious. Like, I want some. I might honestly, what time is it? It's 1:20 here. I am reasonably happy with how far we got. It's like, I kind of want to get this done and finished, so it's done and finished. I don't even know how to describe the fact that I want to just make sure I have this right. VAX station. Mm-hmm. Is calling calling it the Tiny Vax an entry level product proper? I mean, it's the smallest member of the Vax family. Like, just to take a look, like, what were the other Vaxes that was around? Like, a 4010, when was this on sale for? Like, that's a big Vax. Yeah, like, this particular Vax has a KA52, Q bus, DSSI bus, free hard drives, and up to 128 megabytes of memory. That's a Vax 4000. Build Vax. It's a Vax Station 3100 M76, and it was a NetBSD builder. So yeah, like this machine has 5 V-ups, which I guess is how Deck did benchmarking. Not everything seems to have that magic number present. Oh god, this one's actually slower. A MicroVAX 3400, it's a KA640 2.4 V-ups. So I guess it wasn't an entry-level product. It was just a very slow product. Let's see here. It's like, when was this MicroVAX released? Just because I want to make sure KA640. So this would have been an 88. And 88, they were selling. This was a 20 megahertz. So they were selling. Their MicroVAX line was 20 megahertz in 88, and it had gone to a blistering 25 megahertz. Let's see here. Cost reducer. All right, so that covers the crash, the getting it working, and the VAC Station 4000 VLC. 5 figures. Whew. I mean, that's the funny thing is it is essentially someone at one point paid five figures for this, and it's like, yeah, this is. I don't think an Arduino is as powerful, but I mean, we are getting to a point that a microcontrol that this VAX is outpaced by many microcontrollers. I appreciate it. I really am curious on how far we can actually take it. Like, could I reasonably get Ultrix? I believe Mach is doable. Ultrix might be doable. I have to see what's actually in that source package, because if it is the Ultrix sys folder, which by and large, and it doesn't need, it either only needs the BSD 4.free source, then it might actually be compilable. But I would like to actually see if we can get NetBSD going. My back is a little bit. I'm kind of debating if I want to go get something to eat soon, but I probably shouldn't eat. Sorry, I'm just kind of stretching my legs. It's sitting at my desk for 10 hours takes a bit. But I do find it's a lot better than just sitting there and just playing YouTube. We need to talk about the email to port VAX, running OpenBSD, and then what's next. I feel like I'm just kind of dragging the stream out, but it's also keeping me focused because, like I said, I'll probably just like, I don't know, I don't know what I would do, so I might have to just keep it running. Chat, I'm going to take a little, I'm just going to sit and think, because I just don't know how I want to cover this next part. I don't know, the creative sometimes really takes it out of me, so let me, I'll be back in 5 minutes. Alright, I'm back. I'm like... A lot of it is that VMS was very popular it was popular anywhere that needed reliability. It wasn't quite as reliable as, say, Nonstop, but it was a very large step up from Unix, and DEC had some pretty aggressive marketing. Like, DEC was basically how big was DEC at its largest? Like, how many IBMs? Like, founded 57, acquired by Compaq. At its largest in 87, it was over 140,000 strong. I forget how big. How big is IBM in the current day? Just out of curiosity. I know the IBM's a lot bigger. It's not actually on their Wikipedia page, at least not on the short part. Yeah, I mean, DEC was the second largest, and Compaq basically bought them out and then gutted the company. It's really all that can be said about that. Like, I don't think anything of DEC survived Compaq, and what little did, I think some of the clustering stuff made it into HP Unix, but they basically just bought DEC and ended a competitor. VMS was spat back out, but that was about it. I'm almost tempted to leave out the part about OpenBSD. Like, I feel like it's a little bit off topic at this point, and let's see here. Like, I don't know how much I want to talk about the LCG driver. Yeah, I could probably write that OpenBSD doesn't have this issue. Sorry if I'm not talking. Like I said, I'm just working on writing right now. I guess at this point I really just have to write the conclusion. I think that's really everything I need to say from here to there. Like, I think I'm happy with that. How long has this gone? And that's versus the previous one, which was... Yeah, I've actually written quite a bit, so I think I could actually wrap this stream up and call it good. We're coming up on the 10-hour mark. I think I'm going to write the what's next section after I've slept some, because that's going to be quite difficult. Like, I got to sum everything up, but I think this works as is. Like, I could record basically this voiceover as is and call it good. I'm just reading this through one more time. Yeah, we're coming up on the 10-hour mark, so I think this is a good place to end it. As usual, if you enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. If you really enjoy this content, I consider becoming a member, supporting me on Patreon, or supporting me on Ko-fi. Until next time, this is your host, N Commander, signing out and wishing you all a pleasant day. I am dead tired. I will catch you all later, and I hope you all have a lovely day.